Prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King, to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests.
The honourable member for Highwood has a introduction on the Speaker's behalf. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To you and through you, it is my honour today to announce two special guests. Today we have joining us Jamie Erickson, a Airdrie medic with Airdrie EMS, and as well we have Richie Reed, a medic with Halo here in the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce to you and through you to the Assembly 6 outstanding members of the Strathcona Professional Firefighters Association. I, along with my colleagues and all Albertans, am truly grateful for the dedication and service of our first responders. I want to thank Elliot Davis, Eric Lowe, Tyler Brady, Ryan Woodland, and Robert Russell for their service and for all that they have taught me these last 3 years. I invite them to rise and receive the warm welcome. Welcome to the Assembly.
The member for Lethbridge West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to rise and introduce to you and through you three IAFF members who have joined us here today in the chamber, all the way from Lethbridge. They are Brent Nunweiler, Brendan Pine, and Patrick Masura. I ask, Mr. Speaker, to honour and recognise their tremendous contribution to the City of Lethbridge, that the House extend to these dedicated public servants a warm welcome.
Introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly 5 honourable guests from Red Deer Firefighters Association Local 1190. We're delighted to welcome here today Stephen Bellick, Daniel Henschel, Kevin Betzworth, Lyle Wesner, and Billy Camp. On behalf of all the Assembly, we want to thank you for the tremendous work you do, and God bless you all so much.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce 5 amazing members of the St. Albert Firefighters Integrated Service with the EMS, and they are Greg Harvey, Al Zimmerman, Dean Dumbeck, Sean Richards, and Noel Johnston. Thank you very much.
The Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce to you and to all members of the Assembly guests from X-Energy Canada, Catherine Massanas-Cole, Rosemary Yeremian, and Manifa Miller. Please rise and get the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood, or Whitemud, whichever your preference is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in welcoming Steve Westlake of the Canmore Firefighters Association, who has joined us here today. Thank you, Steve.
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development has an introduction? No. The Honourable the Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I invite all members of the legislature to join me in welcoming members of the Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association Executive, including President Matt Osborne and Secretary Treasurer Jamie Blainin. They represent the APFFPA, over 75% of Alberta's population, through representing firefighters.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Chair, it is with pleasure that I rise to introduce to you and through you to the rest of the Assembly my guests from the Calgary Firefighters Association. Joining us today is JP LeBlanc, Vice President, and Cody McIntyre, Acting Vice President. I want to sincerely thank them for all the work that they do representing firefighters, working with their families, and saving Calgarians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly. And please join me in welcoming members from the Spruce Grove Firefighters Local 3021 who have joined us here today. Jordan Hanratty, Joel McKay, Justin Yeager, and Cole Hober.
Go ahead and call member statements. You can go ahead, Shannon.
Ministerial statements. Member State.
The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie has a statement.
Mr. Speaker, international investment is essential for creating good jobs for Albertans. Large-scale infrastructure projects in our energy sector and other emerging spaces put people to work and allow them to put food on their table, pay their bills, and put a little bit away for that well-deserved vacation. I was proud to serve in a government that delivered on getting our resources to Tidewater with the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which has put nearly 30,000 people to work and will be completed next year. I am proud to stand in this House on behalf of skilled tradespeople every day, and I was so proud to see our leader commit to fund training centres should we form the next government. Sadly, so much of our construction industry is watching in horror right now as the Premier attempts to ram through her undemocratic Job-Killing Sovereignty Act, a deeply flawed piece of legislation. Sometimes national economic challenges require national solutions, and I'm proud to live in a country where provinces and different levels of government can come together to develop those solutions. There would be no Trans Mountain in a world with sovereignty acts. That's tens of thousands of Alberta jobs lost. But it gets worse. There are very real and very serious concerns about what this horrible bill could mean for federal housing funding, for large-scale investments in transit projects, and more. We know this Premier has already mused about pulling out of the Springbank Dam and abandoning Calgary's long-awaited Green Line. Again, more good-paying jobs lost, and those jobs are needed now more than ever, as this government's economic plan has been disaster. Alberta has the second lowest wage growth in all of Canada, and inflation has outpaced wage growth by 4 times. My constituents and so many others are working harder and harder and falling farther and farther behind. The Job-Killing, Wage-Killing Sovereignty Act is the last thing we need. We need more infrastructure projects. We need more jobs, not less. Pull this legislation now, and let's build a better future for Alberta workers.
The honourable member order. The honourable member for Calgary Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Canada, we have a shortage of children's pain medication. Supply chain issues and increased demand has put pressure on hospitals and physicians' offices as parents seek out alternative sources from their local pharmacy whose shelves are empty. This is a scene playing out from Victoria to St. John's, and this is a major concern for Alberta parents and this government, as the health and well-being of our children is so important. Mr. Speaker, I myself have heard many stories from parents from Calgary Hayes, and it's a growing concern and something that must be dealt with. Our 635,000 children need relief, and they need it now. That's why our government has taken action to support families and ease the strain on our healthcare system. Just this morning, the Premier and Health Minister announced that this Alberta government has acquired at minimum 5 million bottles of acetaminophen, ibuprofen, and from Atabay Pharmaceuticals. As soon as it arrives, it will be sent out to pharmacies across Alberta. I want to thank the efforts of this government, as well as the efforts of Alberta Health Services in identifying and connecting with the manufacturer to get this much-needed medicine so swiftly. With 5 million doses being the minimum amount we are receiving from the manufacturer, Albertans can be assured there will be a constant supply while the issues facing the national importation process are worked out. As the Health Minister said earlier this morning, as soon as Health Canada completes the expedited approval process, the first 10 shipments will be sent to Alberta. Once here, it will be mere days before pharmacy shelves will be stocked with acetaminophen and ibuprofen for Alberta's children. I have been told that actions speak louder than words. Well, Mr. Speaker, with 5 million bottles worth of action, that is strong medicine for Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 33 years ago, on December 6, 1989, 14 women were murdered in the École Polytechnique massacre in Montreal. Today we honor their memory. Today we remember 14 women whose lives were full of hope, love, and potential. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Degnaud, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Avernique, Maryse Legagné, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michelle Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcot, Barbara Klotinique-Vidovich. Our government is invested in a future where women, girls, and gender-diverse people live without fear of violence. This means shifting to a culture of consent, engaging men and boys, improving our response to gender-based violence, and supporting survivors. Today we take action for those who have experienced gender-based violence and take time to remember those who we have lost to it. Today we remember the 14 women who were killed in the Polytechnique massacre simply because they were women. We are committed to acknowledgement, education, action, and support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert is next.
This morning, myself and my colleagues met with representatives from the Alberta Firefighters and Paramedics Association to learn about the issues that are facing their members as part of the Fall Legislature Conference. The AFFPA are fierce advocates for issues facing firefighters and paramedics across the province, and opposition caucuses actively met with them over the 30th legislature to listen, support, and bring their issues to this assembly. That is why yesterday our leader committed that an NDP government will ensure that all firefighters that worked in the Fort McMurray fires be eligible for catastrophic, traumatic, exposure, presumptive WCB coverage, and these members would not have to meet the latency periods of up to 15 years of exposure for cancers. Unfortunately, when asked if the UCP Minister of Jobs would support this, his reply was that government had already done this. What a slap in the face to the firefighters who've gathered from across the province, who are with us today in the gallery, and who've reached out to members of all parties to highlight their issues. Members like the St. Albert firefighters who are deeply concerned about a number of issues facing integrated services like St. Albert that have been made so much worse by decisions that are negatively impacting their ability to serve the city. Alberta's professional firefighters and paramedics have many issues that they need us to know about and act on. Issues related to system improvement that will lessen their difficulty recruiting, issues about safe staffing levels, more regional autonomy, and so much more. What I've learned from the extraordinary St. Albert firefighters, all 126 of them, is that governments will continue to get it wrong until they directly consult with them. Mr. Speaker, the AFFPA has already lost members who fought in the Fort McMurray fire. Other young members are fighting cancer and WCB and wondering what will happen to their families when they're gone in a few years. I hope the UCP will listen and join the NDP in ending the uncertainty for hundreds of Alberta firefighters that work so tirelessly to save Fort McMurray. Thank you.
The honourable member for Highwood has a statement to make.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you in the Assembly today with a heavy heart. At any given time, a paramedic working in their community can be faced with a situation that many of us cannot ever imagine. On November 15th, Jamie Erickson arrived at the scene of a crash on an icy stretch of Alberta Highway. She didn't know it at the time, but she was responding to an accident involving her own 15-year-old daughter. It is every parent's worst nightmare to lose their child, but I can't comprehend the intense trauma of attending to one's own child. To honor and memorialize the beautiful life of Montana Erickson, it's important to celebrate the amazing person that she was. I want the Assembly to know how much she meant to her family and how much she meant to so many countless others. Montana had a kind and graceful spirit that left a lasting impression on everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. She was a firecracker, a dedicated friend who would always stand up for the right thing. Montana was an athlete that finished 5th at the Canadian National Swimming Junior Championship. She was dedicated to helping people, which is why in her final hours she donated her organs, saving the lives of so many others. Montana is a hero. She meant so much to so many, and her presence will have a lasting impression on our communities and in Alberta. May Jamie, her husband Sean, their friends, families, and members of the EMS community find peace through this tough time. In honor of Montana and the daily sacrifice of our medics, let this serve as a reminder of the support and healing needed for our medics across this province. I promise to hold that dear to my heart and start that healing. Our thoughts and prayers are with you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Today December 6th is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. I ask this Assembly to take a moment with me and remember the lives of 14 brilliant young women who, in 1989, were killed at an attack at École Polytechnique in Montreal, an attack fueled by anti-feminist violence and misogyny. These women were killed because they were women. And in the year since we last marked this day, roughly 170 women and 2 LGBTQ+ people have died in Canada due to gender-based violence, a number that has risen in the past 3 years. We know that Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are 12 times more likely to face gender-based violence than non-Indigenous people. Gender-based violence must stop. Women, girls, Two-Spirit, non-binary, and transgender people should be safe in all aspects of their lives. They should be safe in their homes, in their workplaces, in their communities, on their walks, and in their schools. They have every right to be safe here, and yet we cannot stand in this House and say that they are. When Alberta has the second highest number of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people in the country, and that 1 in 3 women in Canada will face gender-based violence in their lifetime. This government cannot continue to mark the anniversary of École Polytechnique by saying never again without action. Words are simply not enough. The women of this province need tangible and immediate action. Their lives depend on it.
The honourable member for Airdrie East is next.
Mr. Speaker, not every Albertan interacts with the healthcare system in the same way. Many Albertans seek different kinds of care outside of the traditional doctor's office. Currently, Albertans are paying out of pocket for services not covered by Alberta health insurance, things like the dentist, the chiropractor, counselors, and other needed health professionals. Some Albertans desperately needing these services to deal with chronic pain, additional medications, mental health, and other treatments. And our government has a solution. Imagine for a moment a family of 4 with an extra $1,200 to spend on these alternative services. Little Johnny needs braces. The family is able to use this extra $1,200 to offset the costs. Imagine Johnny doesn't need the braces, but his little sister Sally requires orthotics. In any circumstance, the family is able to pay for things that they need to make life more comfortable. Recently, our Premier has proposed putting a health spending account into action for all Albertans to use to pay for health expenses that are not covered by Alberta health insurance. We will invest $300 a year into these accounts, and we will also incentivize and encourage employers to contribute to these accounts as well. Mr. Speaker, this money would be beneficial for all Albertans. Anyone with compassion for those who are struggling financially in this province can see how important this extra money will be. And yet the leader of the NDP continues to call this idea incredibly radical and extremely damaging. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but those are not the terms that I would use to describe this health spending account that falls in line with the Canada Health Act. This spending account will enhance our healthcare system rather than damage it, like the NDP have told Albertans it will. Our government is here to stand up for Albertans, and we will continue to be creative in solutions for all Albertans.
Let's go to oral question. Honourable members, the time is set for oral question period, and the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, it is important for all of us as elected officials to stand up for Alberta. The difference is my party knows we can do that without upending the Constitution, eroding democracy, and hurting investor certainty. And Albertans agree, Mr. Speaker. According to a recent poll by Leger, more than 2/3 of Albertans disagree with the Act, and that was before this Premier made such a mess of it. No amendments can save this bill. So why doesn't the Premier admit her bill doesn't need clarification? What it needs is to just be quashed.
Yeah. The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Leader of the Official Opposition quoted Don Braid. Well, I see your Don Braid, and I raise you a Rex Murphy. Rex Murphy, he disagreed with the Sovereignty Act in my characterization of it yesterday as well. And you know why he disagreed with the Sovereignty Act in my characterization of it? Because he said Alberta has not been ignored. He said, I must go, all caps and exclamation mark. You could only wish in your sweetest dreams Alberta was ignored. In your deepest prayers, you could have only hoped Alberta and the energy industry had been ignored. This is a reason we need the Sovereignty Act.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Murphy is going to Murphy, but meanwhile, others actually agree with us. Columnist Robin Urbach wrote that it seems like this legislation was written in crayon. Rob Breckenridge said the confusions and reversals are hurting public confidence. Longtime Harper strategist Corey Taniki said this will, quote, go down as one of the most ill-conceived pieces of legislation ever written, end quote. He then went on to call it unconservative, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier. Is she really saying she's the only one that's right and everyone else is wrong?
Honourable the Premier.
Well, Jack Major, who's a former Canadian Supreme Court Justice, I think he knows a thing or two about the Constitution. What's so terrible about the province saying, if you want to impose on us, you better make sure you're doing it constitutionally? But let me just continue with what Rex Murphy had to say. He said, Madam Premier, you could only hope that Alberta was ignored. The truth is, it had the mean attention and been the unrelenting object of every global warming obsessive in the entire world. And during the last 7 years, of which the leader opposite was Premier, your national government was either gently on side with the critics, gave a nod to their furious indictments, and almost certainly gave no defense whatsoever. And that goes
Leader of the Opposition.
too.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today's Calgary City Solicitor said the best case scenario is that the bill be withdrawn. And this morning, two Alberta constitutional experts, people that are still writing about constitutional law, Martin Olzinski and Nigel Banks, wrote that separate and apart from the Premier's undemocratic power grab, there are still other sections that render the bill unconstitutional. Quote, amendments will do nothing to address our most significant concerns. Why won't the Premier admit that her flagship bill is sinking and withdraw it today?
The Honourable the Premier.
Quoted Jack Major, former Canadian Supreme Court Justice. I quoted Jeffrey Sigalet, University of BC Centre for Constitutional Law. Jesse Hartney, constitutional lawyer. The federal government has its own executive branch to implement and enforce the laws. The provinces are free to assist in that implementation if they wish. But if they have different enforcement priorities, they have listen to this word, they have the sovereign right to decline enforcement of federal laws and require the federal government to do it itself with its own funds. So we know that this is a constitutional act, and we look forward to testing that.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, our party asked the Premier to address the shortage of over-the-counter children's medication, and we are very pleased to see progress announced today. However, this does not address the recent surge in pediatric respiratory illnesses in our ERs. In other provinces, the chief medical officers of health are educating the public about what they can do to protect their children and stop the spread. Yet here, crickets, Mr. Speaker. To the Premier, is this total absence of public health leadership happening at her direction, and if so, why?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Medical Officer of Health routinely issues press releases and routinely gives direction to those who seek his advice. That's the role of the Chief Medical Officer of Health. It's the role of our Health Minister and the role of Alberta Health Services to make sure that if children get sick, that they have not only the medication that the parents need to be able to treat them, and that was what the children's acetaminophen announcement was about today. We've been working on this for weeks, Mr. Speaker, and the fact of the matter is Alberta Health Services did a terrific job of seeking out and finding supplies so that we can help.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, right now, Alberta children are being hit with the public health triple whammy of COVID, influenza, and RSV. Recent reports show Alberta has the highest rate of influenza in Canada and one of the lowest rates of immunization amongst children. Now, the Premier fired the former CMOH, and now we have a volunteer in charge of public health. And to make matters worse, though, will the Premier confirm today that both deputy CMOHs have now resigned as well under her leadership?
Yes. The Honourable the Premier.
Dr. Mark Joffe has the respect of our health minister and myself. He is not filling the role as a volunteer. He is filling the role as our Chief Medical Officer of Health.
Premier has the call.
And he is giving advice to those who are seeking it. The most important thing we can do right now is make sure that when a child gets sick, they have the medication that they need. And that was the reason why we put all of our effort into securing a supply of 5 million bottles of acetaminophen and ibuprofen, and it's going to make sure that families are protected.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I asked the Premier was whether or not our volunteer CMOH is getting the support of the 2 Deputy Chief Medical Officers of Health that we understand have resigned. She hasn't given us an answer. Meanwhile, nobody is speaking up to give appropriate information to our families. Will the Premier, as a result, stand and encourage, not mandate, but encourage vaccines as an important tool in preventing the public health crisis currently overtaking our ERs and threatening the safety of children? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Premier.
The Leader of the Opposition knows that RSV is the most common childhood illness and there is no vaccine for it. I think we all wish that there was a silver bullet, and I think that what we actually need to have is to ensure that people have the medication they need. I spoke with the pharmacist today, and the number one most important thing when somebody gets ill is that if they have a high fever, they need that fever to break. If they don't have the fever...
Okay. The Honourable Premier has the call. It would be helpful if the Assembly could hear her.
The most important thing is getting the medication to the families, because this is what is going on, is that when you have a high fever, if you can't get the medication, then parents are going the only place they know, which is the emergency room. We're addressing that.
Order, order, order. Just caution members, whether they're making on the record or off the record comments that may be unparliamentary. If the Speaker can hear them, they certainly would be that. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
For days now, the Premier and the Minister of Justice have tried to convince Albertans that Bill 1 was not the undemocratic power grab that constitutional experts, lawyers, journalists, business leaders in Alberta knew that it was. Let's acknowledge the facts. The Sovereignty Act will give this cabinet the power to unilaterally modify, suspend, and rewrite laws. That was the power the Premier and Justice Minister wanted. Can the Premier explain why she wanted these almost dictatorial powers, and who advised her that this was the way to go?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, the purpose of the Act has always been very clear. Rex Murphy understands it. He says your Sovereignty Act is a good thing, and why would I say so? It's very simple, though perhaps not obvious to everyone. The Act is not a constitutional challenge. It is not a matter of jurisdictional measures. Those are surface points. What it really carries is a demand for respect and fairness. Albertans have been disrespected, and they feel it on a personal level. The impulse behind the Act is an overdue call that Alberta receive the respect that is its due, that the federal Liberals wake up to the fact that Canada is a confederation, and that...
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
The Justice Minister told the media yesterday that he provides legal opinion to the Cabinet and described his role as being counsel to the Executive Council. This bill was a poorly drafted attempt at giving extreme power to the Cabinet at the expense of democratic rights of Albertans, and Albertans deserve to know how such a disaster was created. Will the Premier today authorize the Justice Minister to speak to public about the legal opinion he provided about this disastrous, undemocratic piece of legislation she tried to force onto Albertans?
Good question.
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very open about the legal advice that we have received. All the legal advice that we have received has been how we craft this legislation so that it respects the rights of our Aboriginal citizens, so that it respects the Charter, and so that it enforces the fact that we are going to defend our constitutional rights under sections 92 through 95 of the Act. All of our legal advice has been crafted in order to make sure it falls within those parameters. We made a couple of amendments based on the advice we got back from our caucus, and we're going to go forward with the amended bill.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular-McCall.
The Justice Minister and the Premier spent their days following the tabling of this act insulting business leaders and Albertans who warned about the consequences it would have on our economy and democracy. We deserve to hear from the legal advice provided to the Cabinet and know why the Minister signed off on this terrible piece of legislation. Will the Premier sanction the release of the legal opinion the Justice Minister provided to Cabinet on Bill 1? If she won't, can she explain how she expects anyone to trust her or her government on pretty much anything?
Yeah.
The Honourable Premier.
Everything's on the table. The reason why we're putting this legislation forward is to make sure that we are enforcing our rights under the Constitution. That is the beginning and the end of it. You look at Saskatchewan and the Saskatchewan First Act, the only difference that we did in this province is that rather than have an independent appointed tribunal as the starting point for any motion that we would put forward, we made sure that it was this Assembly. Anytime we take a motion under the Sovereignty Act, we want to assert that MLAs begin the process because they are the duly elected members representing Albertans. And I encourage the NDP to support the bill just like their counterparts in Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing directly from healthcare workers and patients in Lethbridge that the Chinook Regional Hospital could be on the cusp of capacity issues due to staffing shortages. This is the predictable outcome of 3 years of UCP war on frontline healthcare workers and a refusal of the UCP government to take responsibility and show leadership on our city's most important issue. People in Lethbridge do not want to hear excuses for our multiple and overlapping healthcare crises. So will the Minister of Health stand today and explain the full extent of the situation in Lethbridge and provide details on what he will do to address it, not more excuses?
The Honourable Minister of Health has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a high volume of patients at the Chinook Regional Hospital, both in the ICU and the emergency department. Now, as of right now, just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, no in-house patients have been transferred due to capacity and no incoming patients have been diverted. That has not happened. Hospitals across the globe are dealing with challenges. We understand that there's depending on the volumes that are coming in, we have, as we've done pre-COVID, and we're doing now, transferred patients on an as-needed basis, but that's not happening right now, and we're providing the services to Lethbridge patients.
Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons the volume might be high in the ER is because 40,000 people don't have a family doctor. Now, a few weeks ago, I raised the alarm of Lethbridge only having one full-time obstetrician and gynecologist to support pregnant women. Month after month, it has been the NDP opposition raising the alarm about the challenges to healthcare in southern Alberta. Not a word from any UCP MLA. I guess the Deputy Premier can't be bothered to read about that either. So on the OBGYN crisis, what is the Minister of Health doing to ensure women in Lethbridge can deliver babies in our own city?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are working very hard on recruiting physicians across the entire province, including in Lethbridge. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that 17 family medicine physicians have committed to the community of Lethbridge, and 13 of which are awaiting their CPSA practice readiness. We already have a number started. We're looking forward to have the remainder start over the next number of months. Mr. Speaker, this is a challenge that's not only being faced in Alberta, but quite frankly, across the province and around around First Nations in the world. But we are working very hard to be able to recruit and retain physicians, and we're going to continue to do so.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the UCP are far more concerned about the Job-Killing Sovereignty Act than fixing health care in Lethbridge. But let's see if we can get a local perspective here. Will the Deputy Premier from Lethbridge East please explain about his priorities and what is his plan for, and he can take his pick of any of the multiple overlapping crises that his government has authored, whether it's capacity staffing issues, family doctors, EMS, OBGYN shortage. What's the plan on any of these crises that the UCP have authored?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
We're very pleased about the plan that we're putting forward to address the challenges that healthcare is facing here in our province, and quite frankly, that provinces across the country are facing at the same time. Mr. Speaker, we are investing more money than we ever had before, $22 billion this year, an additional $600 million next year, $600 million the year after that. Mr. Speaker, we have put in place an official administrator to help speed up the changes through AHS, and that includes working on key issues such as EMS, emergency departments, getting caught up on surgeries and driving decision-making down, and we have a plan recruiting, training, and bringing more healthcare workers into
the Honourable Member for Airdrie East is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been speaking with many of my constituents, and the recent wave of the flu and other respiratory illnesses has been a hot topic, especially access to children's cold medication like Tylenol and Advil. Across the country, pharmacy shelves are empty, and parents don't have over-the-counter meds they need for their sick kids. Ottawa is seemingly doing very little to provide a long-term solution. Would the Minister of Health be able to tell this Assembly and concerned parents across Alberta what our government might be able to do to help?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Today, there is great news for parents throughout Alberta. The Premier and I were able to make an announcement that in order to combat the shortage of children's pain medication, we announced that the government is working to acquire 5 million retail units of acetaminophen and ibuprofen. We've been working with AHS to find a manufacturer who can provide the medication, and I'm pleased to say that Adipe Pharmaceuticals will be able to provide a steady supply for our province. Once Health Canada gives their final approvals, Mr. Speaker, Alberta's parents will once again have access to the much-needed pain medications they need for their children.
The Honourable Member for Airdrie East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. That's fantastic news for Alberta parents. Given that these parents need these medications as soon as possible so that they can alleviate the fevers and teething pain affected by thousands of Albertan kids, and given that this is a province-wide issue and parents in rural and remote areas of Alberta need these medications too, can the Minister tell us what the plan is to ensure that units of children's Tylenol and Advil are distributed to pharmacies all across the province?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we know that parents across our entire province need access to these essential pain medications, and they need it quickly. That's why AHS will be using the pharmaceutical distributor, McKesson, to ensure every pharmacy in Alberta gets prompt and efficient shipment as needed. Now, McKesson is the same company that already is contracted to distribute vaccines to pharmacies throughout the province, and I'm glad that Alberta families will soon have access to these needed medications to alleviate their children's pain and their worries.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Minister. Given that Albertans are concerned about the rising costs and the current inflation crisis, and given that many of my constituents are seeing rising costs on all essentials, from everything from ground beef to lettuce, and given that families are having to make difficult choices on how they spend their hard-earned money, can the Minister tell Albertans what steps are being taken to ensure that prices for these medications remain affordable for Alberta families?
The Minister of Health.
Thanks again for the question, Mr. Speaker. We know that many Albertans are under financial strain because of the rising cost of essentials like medication and groceries due to inflation. That's why we will ensure that parents will be able to pay approximately the same retail prices as listed now, which is about $12 per bottle on average. Many Albertans are facing significant strain on their finances, especially families with children, so I'm pleased that we can take steps to ensure that everyone can afford to buy the pain medication that their children need.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, there is an EMS crisis in Alberta. In Ponoka, the mayor called on this government to step up and do more following a number of recent incidents, including one where volunteer firefighters were forced to take a pedestrian hit by a car to hospital in the back of a pickup because they could wait no longer for an ambulance. Albertans deserve to know that an ambulance is coming when they call, but for far too many, since the UCP formed government, it's simply not the case. Will the Minister of Health stand today, take responsibility for the crisis we're seeing in our system, and apologize to the first responders forced to take action because of the pressures added by the UCP?
Minister of Health.
I'd like to take this opportunity first off to thank all of our paramedics and our first responders to providing service to Albertans, much-needed services during these challenging times. Mr. Speaker, as you know, call volumes have up 30% since last summer, and we have made significant investments to be able to address the challenges. As part of Budget 2022, we invested $64 million. That's putting more ambulances on the streets, Calgary and Edmonton, as well as putting ambulances in rural areas. Mr. Speaker, we also put in place a 10-point plan, and I'd like to talk more about that in a moment.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given that there's another crisis minister, yesterday this minister tabled Bill 4, claimed it would, quote, ensure stable funding for Alberta's doctors, end quote. Given that what it actually does is undo the catastrophic decision made by the Justice Minister when he was in health to let this government unilaterally tear up their agreement with doctors, something supported by every member of this government. Now, given that decision launched their war on doctors in the midst of a pandemic, devastated primary care, made it impossible for many to see a family doctors, and so much more, rather than pat himself on the back, will this minister apologize to physicians for supporting that awful policy?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, that is simply not the case. Mr. Speaker, we are seeing challenges in Alberta, like in regards to family physicians, like the challenges are being seen across the entire country. Mr. Speaker, it has nothing to do with the policy. It has everything to do with the challenges of the pandemic. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased and proud of the work that our government has done and working with the AMA to reach this tremendous agreement that was supported by more than 70% of doctors. This agreement is focused on partnership. This agreement is focused on stability. This agreement is focused on innovation and will help us attract and retain doctors to this province.
Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that agreement is mostly about cleaning up the mess made by the minister to his left. And given that while Albertans are coping with long wait times for ambulances and emergency rooms and for family doctors, and given this government has stated they're supposedly focused on addressing the healthcare crisis, but given that in order to actually address it, they need to take ownership for their failures and commit to real change. Will the health minister stand today, admit that when it comes to Alberta's EMS, hospital and primary care system, he and his predecessor got it wrong, and apologize for those that are caught in the wake of their legacy of failure?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to change. We are committed to change, and we're putting money where our mouths are. Mr. Speaker, as part of Budget 2022, we are spending $22 billion, the most ever. And on top of that, to be able to address challenges with COVID and get caught up in surgeries, there's more money allocated this year. Mr. Speaker, we are putting another $1.2 billion into the system, and we know we need to transform the system. Mr. Speaker, that is why we announced the September MAPS, modernizing Alberta's primary care system, and I'm looking forward to the presentation coming forward on that till we move on that quickly, as well as work in terms of expanding capacity across our entire system.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Mr. Speaker, words matter, and this fall the Premier said inaccurate ones. That unvaccinated people, quote, I have been the most discriminated against group that I've ever witnessed in my lifetime, end quote. The Premier has yet to apologize for what she said. Hate crimes are on the rise, and her comments negate the experience of racialized and marginalized Albertans. Will the Premier stand up and offer formal apology for harmful words? Will she acknowledge the very real racism, discrimination and violence the people face in this province?
The Honourable the Minister of Culture has risen.
Mr. Speaker, this government stands strongly supporting all efforts against any sort of racism, and we support every work from the community stakeholders for actions taken against any sort of anti-racism work. Mr. Speaker, myself stood on the steps with the community leaders fight for anti-racist remarks and actions in this province. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to continue that work. I'm pleased to work with others who are sharing our passion on this part.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Given that during COVID, Canada saw a steep rise in anti-Asian hate with a 700% rise in some areas, and given half of Chinese Canadians experience some form of hate in relation to COVID-19, and given that anti-Muslim hate crimes have skyrocketed in Alberta with Muslim hijabi women being the primary targets, can the Premier explain why she said the unvaccinated are the most discriminated against because they couldn't go to a restaurant when many racialized Albertans have been subjected to real violence during the pandemic?
The Honourable Minister of Culture.
Mr. Speaker, our government took actions, and we created a first-of-its-kind action plan that shows that this government is committed to working with marginalized communities to address racism in Alberta. This anti-racism action plan will help combat racism and ensure marginalized Albertans have equal access to information, resources, services, and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, myself come from a ethnic culture minority. I can tell you that it hasn't lost, that we need to have the voices of all the marginal communities to be fair and to be...
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
And the answer is no, given that racialized and marginalized Albertans have spoken out against the Premier's harmful comments, expressing that they are upset over the willful neglect of their lived experience of discrimination. And given that the Premier or any of our cabinet ministers seem unable to offer a sincere apology for the harm she has caused, can the Premier explain what her government's plan to do to protect racialized and marginalized Albertans from the very real and oftentimes violent discriminations they face in this province?
The Honourable Minister of Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to work with all that share this vision here. I invite the opposition to join us to fight for anti-racism. Myself has grown from a community that experienced that. Mr. Speaker, this issue is across all political stripes here, and we're committed to taking action there. I invite the opposition to join us to do more work in this area.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Spruce Grove and Stony Plain is full of young families and students who are eager to make this school year a great one that offers educational choices, learning opportunities, and unique experiences in top-tier facilities. To achieve these goals for students, our teachers and frontline staff must be supported in order to give our students the education and school year they deserve. To the Minister of Education, what have you done to support our teachers and frontline education workers who have dedicated themselves to supporting our students?
The Honourable the Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We are committed to supporting our teachers and frontline workers in the best manner possible. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2022 provides an education funding increase of more than $700 million over the next 3 years, including $142 million for the 22-23 fiscal year to support and hire teachers. Mr. Speaker, 800 more teachers and principals have been hired this school year, as well as an additional 800 educational assistants. Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to support our schools and making sure they have what they need.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Spruce Grove Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister for her answer. Given that our public schools are currently facing challenges related to this year's flu season and the cyclical wave of respiratory viruses, and given that many students have had to miss classes as a result of these seasonal illnesses, to the same Minister, what are you doing in terms of supporting school boards as they tackle this year's wave of viruses?
Well, Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to supporting school boards, parents, teachers, and staff members by being responsive and providing clarity and leadership. School boards wanted clarity, and we provided much-needed clarity last week with new regulatory changes. And as the Minister of Health shared yesterday in the House, the spike that we saw is going down. We will continue to work with health and school boards to ensure that the kids can learn safely in our schools and in our classrooms.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that countless schools in Alberta are in desperate need of capital improvements, such as the Spruce Grove Composite High School, and given that this school is bursting at the seams with more students on the way, and given that renewing schools such as this one creates vibrant communities and a fantastic place for our children to learn, to the Minister of Education, what are you doing to follow through on the commitment of building and renewing our school infrastructure?
Minister.
Speaker, our government is committed to building and renewing infrastructure and revitalizing communities. That's why we've committed to building 66 school projects since we got elected at a cost of over $2 billion. I have to add that's more than the members opposite did. Mr. Speaker, although I cannot comment on capital projects that may be considered for Budget 2023, we are committed to continuing to build more schools in communities that need them the most, as is evident by my mandate letter. We are supporting enrollment growth in growing communities, preserving and modernizing existing facilities, and revitalizing communities right across this province.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children in Alberta are in crisis. Parents in Edmonton South are losing sleep after finding nothing but empty shelves when they go looking for medication. Family doctors are moving away from Alberta, and any who are left aren't accepting new patients. ER wait times are stretching longer than a business day. This government's response has been unjust and hurts our communities. My question for the Minister of Health is simple. will he stand up today and commit to prioritizing Alberta's children and invest public dollars in reducing wait times and sourcing supplies for pediatric care?
The Honourable Minister of Health has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased today to announce with the Premier to address one of the issues raised by the honourable member, and that is the purchase of 5 million bottles of ibuprofen and acetaminophen, because their shelves are empty, Mr. Speaker. And we know that that's a hardship not only on Alberta parents, but it's also a hardship on our children's hospitals, because parents can't treat their children at home. So with this announcement, we are moving forward with bringing 5 million bottles into the province once we get Health Canada approval, which I very hopeful we can do in the next few weeks.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that that's not enough, because the current state of our system is so bad that hospitals have been forced to pause respite services, and given that this crisis was preventable from the very beginning, children are getting sick from preventable illnesses, and we know the solutions that are needed to keep them healthy and well. Will the minister take the responsibility and apologize to this House and all Albertans for failing our children and neglecting their needs in favour of his political games?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to appoint Dr. Jaffe as the Chief Medical Officer of Health, and I was very pleased when he put out guidance to Alberta parents, because we are in flu season. There are respiratory viruses that are circulating, so Dr. Jaffe put out guidance to parents, and first and foremost in that was go get your flu shot. I'm very pleased that we are actually running a flu campaign. Perhaps the honourable members from South Edmonton got the text that I got on my phone to go get your flu shot. We also ask parents to make the choice to go get all the shots they're available for, so we can protect themselves.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that at least one minister is willing to tell Albertans to get their flu shot, and given that he's previously acknowledged that Alberta's pediatric care is under strain, and given that doctors and medical professionals across this province have stated this government's Band-Aid solutions are simply not enough, will the minister commit to funding and expediting the completion of the Edmonton South Hospital so that my constituents can finally see some permanent measures to assist in healthcare?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action to be able to support our hospital system and to support particularly our system targeted at children. Mr. Speaker, we've made a number of changes to be able to get staff where they're needed, and what we're doing is we're expanding capacity across the entire spectrum, not only in the hospital beds, but also in the emergency departments. We have put in place, for example, in the Albertan Children's Hospital, a fast-track system so we can actually treat people immediately and they get and allow them to go home. And as I already said, we're bringing in Tylenol, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent ATA Pulse survey shows the devastating impact of the current UCP government on students, staff, and families in Alberta schools. Challenging class sizes, growing complexity of students, and a lack of resources are just some of the issues that have resulted in unacceptable levels of stress. More than 90% of teachers have said that they're exhausted at the end of each day, and more than half of them plan to leave the profession within 5 years. So will the Minister of Education apologize for driving teachers from the profession?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to share with the whole House that 1,253 teachers took part in the survey. But, Mr. Speaker, there are over 46,000 teachers in the ATA, and as well, there's other teachers that teach outside of the ATA. That being said, it is of prime concern for me to address the issues that are happening within our school authorities. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, we've been working on all these issues, including class size, and I've invited the ATA president and his executive to meet with me.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Mr. Speaker, given that the government is forcing school staff to work double duty by reducing requiring school boards to ensure that all students are forced to have both in-person and online learning when there are large numbers of kids sick, without providing any new supports. We need more staff in schools is the answer. And given that many schools have seen an average of 10% absenteeism among students, and CBE reported last week that 122 teaching jobs were unfilled, 54 support staff jobs weren't filled, will the Minister of Education finally wake up and listen to the student, staff and family And what they've been telling her, they need help to deliver quality public education.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite took the time to actually listen to parents, she'd know that they want stability in their school system. If she took the time to listen to school boards, she would know that they want that clarity. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what we provided was clarity to the school authority. The member opposite's old school board, because she was a board chair for Edmonton Public School Division, her old school board chair, the new chair, Tricia Esterbrook, said recently, and I quote, "All Albertans now understand that it's not within the jurisdiction, nor should it ever have been within the jurisdiction of individual school boards to make decisions that belong to health officials."
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
Given that the ATA survey revealed that the majority of teachers are using their personal funds to purchase resources necessary to help them deliver the UCP's disastrous curriculum, and given that 84% of teachers report students having huge gaps in their learning and not being able to understand the UCP curriculum, will the Minister of Education admit what educators have already been telling her for more than 2 years? Students deserve better than her disastrous curriculum, which is hurting our international reputation and Alberta students.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what students deserve is less fear-mongering from the other side. That's what they deserve, because in fact, Mr. Speaker, the curriculum has been being implemented and is going extremely well. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I met with every single school division, and you know what they didn't raise? They didn't raise the curriculum. They didn't raise curriculum implementation. No, they didn't. In fact, they raised transportation issues, mental health and wellness issues, and capital issues, but curriculum was not on it. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I can go back to the fact that we had teachers piloting the curriculum through the pandemic and saw outstanding outcomes.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Glenmore has a question.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans have been struggling to receive consistent quality health care for far too long. I'm hearing concerns from my constituents that our healthcare system is unable to meet the current and growing demand. Their concerns are not unique, however. Across the province, Albertans are demanding that Alberta Health take action and take the necessary changes to address the ongoing issues. Alberta Health Services is under reform, and as a first step has seen appointed an official administrator, Dr. John Cowell. Can the Minister of Health please explain why replacing an 11-person board with a sole administrator was deemed the best solution for our healthcare crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for her question. Mr. Speaker, we know that the health system is under strain here in Alberta. This is similar across the entire country, in all provinces across the country. The part-time AHS board did great work, Mr. Speaker, but we need a full-time leadership to provide urgent, efficient, effective, and timely and decisive leadership to improve productivity and healthcare outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of Dr. John Cowell as the official administrator fills that need perfectly, and I am looking forward to seeing the changes that he'll be making over the coming weeks.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Glenmore has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Alberta's government has acknowledged that the current system was not working and there is an overdue need for responsible health care and has since committed to making Alberta Health its #1 priority, and given that Albertans can no longer continue to accept increasing wait times and are eager to start seeing prompt changes in their healthcare system, can the Minister of Health outline what next steps will be taken to address the issues of our healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks once again to the Honourable Member. Dr. Cowell has hit the ground running, and we have identified 4 areas that need his swift attention. First, to improve EMS response times. Second, decrease emergency room wait times. Third, reduce wait times for surgery. And finally, develop long-term reforms through consultation with frontline workers and others to drive down decision-making. We need quick action on these goals, Mr. Speaker, and I'm confident that he and AHS will make the changes necessary to alleviate the strain on our healthcare system.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that Alberta Health Services is actively working towards operating at its fullest potential and aims to have reforms completed as soon as possible, and given that Dr. Cowell has been entrusted to work closely with health partners and drive the necessary changes promised to Alberta families, and given that immediate action is vital to ensuring Alberta families have access to the first-class health care they deserve, can the Minister outline how Albertans will be assured that the official administrator is successfully effecting change?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks once again to the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, we all know that you manage what you measure. So that is why we have actually put in place a number of measurements to be able to track the progress that AHS is making. These indicators include reduced response time from an emergency call to ambulance arrival, reduced waiting times in Alberta's emergency rooms, reduced surgery wait times within clinically acceptable wait times, the number of calls appropriately stepped down from 911 to HealthLink. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the measures that we'll be using to track progress, and we are taking the steps needed to make sure that right changes are being made to strengthen our healthcare system.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gold Bar is next.
Mr. Speaker, since June of 2021, Albertans have been forced to pay to visit Kananaskis. The government's K-Pass program has raked in $15 million, dollars that should never have been taken from the hardworking people of this province. Even worse, $2 million of that went to a security firm to enforce the pass. This government cost Albertans millions and lied about where that money went, all while this government operates on a surplus. Can the minister please explain to Albertans why they continue to pay for this pass? Can't we all just enjoy Kananaskis for free, the way Peter Lougheed intended?
The Honourable Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Thank you very much for that question, my very first of this session. I'd like to talk about our parks here. I like to promote them everywhere. As for the K-Pass, it's under review with a new premier and a new crew. We want to ensure it's fair and good and accomplishing all that it should. Viewing a mountain, its peaks like a steeple. It's a fact that parks are for people.
Hear, hear. The member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Given that there once was a man from Nantucket, many people in Alberta want to spend their time off enjoying Albertans' mountains, but given the cost of living crisis, the government's absurd K-Pass program has made a trip to the mountains infeasible for many Albertans. And given that the Premier herself has described the K-Pass program as ridiculous and said she was in agreement with the NDP that this pass should not continue, can the minister tell us when Albertans will not have to pay the K-Pass any longer?
The Honourable the Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Thanks again for the question, and I'm resisting the urge to go into Dr. Seuss rhyme again. This government is focused on the concerns of Albertans. We're concerned on affordability, health care, and dealing with an obstructionist federal government. However, we can walk and chew gum at the same time, and so we are working on other issues too, including the K-Pass, and making sure that our parks are serving the needs of Albertans and our visitors, and of course, increasing tourism. The K-Pass is one of those things we're reviewing and working on. Thank you.
The order, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Given that many people choose to live in Alberta because of our unique access to outdoor landscapes, and given that the usage of Alberta's parks has hit record numbers during the pandemic, with provincial parks seeing around a 48% increase in visitors since 2020, and given that Albertans' budgets are simply stretched too thin at the moment, why is the minister still reviewing this when he knows full well that this would help Albertans visit Kananaskis country today? Don't wait for a review, just repeal the K-Pass today. Why can't he commit to that?
The Honourable Minister of Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Thanks again for the question. It's always interesting to hear the NDP talk about cost and how things are costing Albertans. Of course, the NDP, they brought in the carbon tax that they didn't campaign on and that increased the cost of everything for all Albertans. And now we know that they're supporting their comrades in Ottawa regarding the tripling of the carbon tax. And but maybe it's a newsflash to them, but in order to travel and enjoy the parks, and like Kananaskis, the people of Alberta have to pay for gas and increase carbon tax fees. If they want to do something for Albertans, join us in fighting the carbon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister of Jobs if he would echo the official opposition's pledge to support firefighters who responded to the Horse River wildfire in Fort McMurray. Nearly 2,500 structures were destroyed and firefighters were exposed to massive amounts of toxins and carcinogens for days without the ability to decontaminate. The minister declined and instead suggested individual cases should come to him. Why won't this government do the right thing, commit to extending presumptive cancer coverage to these heroes? They should not have to reach out to the minister individually on a case-by-case basis.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what I said, but I would like to acknowledge right now that firefighters have a very demanding job. And Mr. Speaker, we need to have their back when it's necessary, and it's necessary now. That's why Alberta was one of the first jurisdictions in Canada to put forward presumptive coverage. And Mr. Speaker, every single firefighter in Fort McMurray or otherwise in Alberta has that ability to be presumed and have presumptive coverage. But Mr. Speaker, what I need to say right now is that with this experienced higher risk from firefighters, and that's a continual basis, Mr. Speaker, not just the Fort McMurray firefighter, why didn't the NDP, when they were in government, do something?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given a Fort McMurray firefighter with 10 years of service fought the Horse River wildfire, was subsequently diagnosed with kidney cancer, given this Fort McMurray wildfire firefighter and his family were denied coverage when he didn't meet the cancer latency period, he has since passed and his family is still appealing 4 years later. Given a Leduc firefighter who fought the same wildfire is currently going through the appeals process after being denied coverage for the same reason, and given the minister stated these firefighters already qualify for presumptive coverage when they do not, will the minister meet with the APFFPA and other firefighters?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, we're always monitoring these complex issues. They're evidence-based. If the evidence proves that this is caused as a result of their service, Mr. Speaker, it's included in the list. We're constantly updating it. But, Mr. Speaker, would I meet with firefighters? I've been in politics for almost 20 years, Mr. Speaker, and I'll meet with anybody, anytime, especially those people that serve Albertans.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Given yesterday the minister was unaware that Alberta is no longer the leader in the country in presumptive cancer coverage, given that the Yukon, BC, Manitoba, Ontario, and Newfoundland are now covering cancers Alberta does not, like peanut, pancreatic, and thyroid, given that Alberta firefighters are being denied coverage for those cancers, and given we have new research like that from the International Agency for Research on Cancer, will this minister and government commit, like the official opposition has, to updating presumptive cancer coverage based on the latest science?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that party was in power just 3 years ago, and what did they do for the firefighters and for this? Nothing, Mr. Speaker. We are working on it. It's a complex matter. It's evidence-based, and we're working to balance what's in the best interest of firefighters and the best interest of Albertans because they work together, Mr. Speaker.
Here, 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 here.
The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 25th of this year, a decades-long awaited announcement was provided to Southern Albertans. The Premier, along with the Transportation and Infrastructure Ministers, joined me in Medicine Hat to announce the twinning of not only the stretch of highway between Taber and Burdett, but also the twinning of the whole of Highway 3. So to the Premier or the Minister of Transportation, why was it so important to announce this critical piece of infrastructure now?
The Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his advocacy for twinning Highway 3. I was proud to stand beside him, the Premier, and the Deputy Premier to announce that we are twinning Highway 3, and that'll be a 4-lane highway from Medicine Hat all the way to the BC border. And, Mr. Speaker, it'll safely keep up to the economic growth in southern Alberta, especially where we're seeing huge gains in the agriculture and oil and gas industry down there. And, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we will attract investment, secure jobs, and protect communities all across this province.
The Honourable Member for Taber-Warner.
Thank you, Minister. Given many in southern Alberta have been waiting for a long time for this announcement, and given that the corridor between Lethbridge and Medicine Hat has become a major agri-food processing corridor in Canada, can the Minister tell us what this important twinning project will do to grow the agri-food processing corridor in this area?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Honourable Member from Taber-Warner has not only advocated to twin Highway 3, but has also helped to bring in investment all across southern Alberta. This government has helped to create a game-changer investment to expand 200,000 more irrigated acres in southern Alberta, and that's attract ready-to-eat potato product processors, sugar beet processors, expanded our livestock sector, Mr. Speaker. So these types of investments that the government is doing really does help job creators in this province, which has strong families and strong communities all across the province.
Member.
Mr. Speaker, given that I mentioned in my earlier question the stretch of highway between Taber and Burdett is to be twinned, and given the fact that this stretch of road will be the first of 8 sections to be twinned, can the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors please provide this House with more information about when shovels will be in the ground on this first section?
The Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the question, next spring. But not if, though, Mr. Speaker, Alberta had federal NDP representatives as their provincial government. Now, the NDP want to bring in restrictive contract arrangements that will actually spark labour wars here in the province of Alberta. So look what the NDP just did in BC. They increased the cost about 20 to 30% of provincial construction projects. The NDP drastically reduced the numbers of bidders on these projects, cutting the number of eligible contractors. Although, Mr. Speaker, if they are friends of the NDP with their big union bosses, they do get to bid on the contracts, but we're never going to see that here in the province of Alberta, Mr. Speaker, with this government.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will return to the remainder of the daily routine.
Reports by standing and special committees. Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 14, sponsored by myself. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 1, Alberta Sovereignty within a United Canada Act, is resumed, no more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. I also rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 15, sponsored by myself. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 1, Alberta Sovereignty within a United Canada Act, is resumed, no more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith.
You had no interest. You didn't want to do it about it, so why?
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Introduction of a bill?
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for leave to enter into first reading Bill, I guess it would be 5, the Justice Statutes Amendment Act of 2022. Thank you very much. Number 2. This is the second of the year. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Minister of Justice to move first reading of Bill 5, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2022, number 2, all those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 5, Justice Statutes Amendment Act 2022, number 2, is now read a first time. Tabling, returns, and reports.
The official opposition House Leader has a tabling.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the official opposition met with members of the APFFPA, the Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association. I'm tabling 5 copies of their 3 lobby papers addressing the crisis in EMS and pre-hospital care, Government of Alberta restriction on Alberta pension services, and presumptive cancer coverages, firefighter and Alberta Cancer Registry, and catastrophic traumatic exposure.
Other tablings. The Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got 2 tablings today. First one is a white paper by the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers showing that grocers make 2% margins. I have the 5 requisite copies here. A second one I have is a report by Dalhousie University showing that there's many reasons for the higher prices we're seeing on grocery store shelves, but one of them is not gouging from grocery retailers. I have the 5 requisite copies as well.
There are others. Seeing none, the clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honourable members, it's now time for orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government bills and orders for second reading. Bill 3, Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act 2022. Honourable Mr. Shandro.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More prepared for this one, so thank you very much. Pleased to rise to move second reading of Bill 3, the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act of 2022. Now, Mr. Speaker, Albertans value their land. They work hard for it. They work hard to maintain it. They work hard to improve it. It's their home. It's their place of relaxation and recreation. And for some folks, like our farmers and ranchers, the land's also their livelihood. Given how hard Albertans work for the land and how important it is to them, Alberta's laws should be there to protect property rights for the owners of this land. However, under current provincial law, it's possible for Albertans to have their land taken away from them through adverse possession. Now, this means that someone who has been squatting upon privately owned land can go to court and potentially claim ownership if they've been occupying the land for 10 years. As it stands now, adverse possessors can't try to claim public land or municipal land or irrigation districts, land in irrigation districts. This proposed legislation wants to make this the same for privately held land. Allowing squatters to take land away from hardworking Albertans who are the rightful landowners is unfair. It creates stress for landowners because they have to constantly police their property and to protect it from adverse possession, for example, by monitoring property lines and continually fixing fences. Someone who has inherited or paid for the land and is the registered owner shouldn't have to face a constant and nebulous threat of losing it. The Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act of 2022 proposes changes which will remove this threat and give private landowners the same protections that are currently in place for public land. Bill 3 proposes to amend 3 existing pieces of legislation. First, the Law of Property Act. Second, the Land Titles Act. And third, the Limitations Act. Amendments to the Law of Property Act would abolish adverse possession. Amendments to Section 69 of this Act include additional court powers to resolve any disputes that could arise. The Land Titles Act is being amended to permit a court order issued under the new Section 69 of the Law of Property Act to be registered at the Land Titles Office once the office is certain there will be no appeal of the court's decision. Amendments to the Land Titles Act will also protect titles that are already existing when these have been issued on the basis of a court order finding adverse possession. And the Limitations Act is being amended to remove limitation periods for a claim to recover possession of real property and for a claim respecting lasting improvements or encroachments under the Law of Property Act. Specifically, when a registered owner starts an action to recover possession of land, the adverse possessor will not be able to use a defense of adverse possession. Amendments would also keep in place a 10-year limitation period to recover possession of real property for an adverse possession claim that begins before adverse possession is abolished. If these changes pass, folks will no longer be able to go to court to claim adverse possession of land that they are occupying. And if someone is possessing land that they are not the registered owner of, registered owners can get a court order to get the land back at any time. Now, Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, these proposed changes are dearly sought by Albertans. This fact is based on consultations and recommendations from various interested groups. Back in 2016, the Property Rights Advocate recommended abolishing adverse possession in their annual report. And in 2020, the Alberta Law Reform Institute also recommended abolishing adverse possession here in Alberta. A number of honourable members as well, honourable members of this Assembly, led consultations with stakeholders and the public over several months in 2021 and 22 as members of the Select Special Committee on Real Property Rights. Now, part of this committee's mandate was to consider whether the law of adverse possession should be abolished. During their consultations, the committee received many heartfelt pleas and requests from Albertans, farmers, landowners to abolish it and recommended as much in their final report. And I want to thank this committee for listening to Albertans and making this recommendation on their behalf. The work of the committee, along with recommendations of expert groups, sends a strong message that adverse possession should be abolished. Now, before I finish, I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Ken Allred, who is the former member of St. Albert, a former professional land surveyor, and who has had concerns about adverse possession for over 50 years. And in fact, in 10 years ago, in 2012, had a private member's bill proposing to abolish adverse possession in this province. Unfortunately, at that time, 10 years ago, that private member's bill died on the order paper. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question of abolishing adverse possession has been brought before this House before, and we're very happy to continue the work that was started by Mr. Ken Allred. I'm hoping that Bill 3 will have a different output than his private member's bill, and that both sides of this House will support getting rid of someone's ability to essentially steal another person's property. If passed, the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act of 2022 will send a clear message that squatting cannot lead to ownership. It would allow Alberta's landowners to use and to enjoy their property without the ongoing burden of making sure that no one is using it and the constant worry of potentially losing their land. It will strengthen Alberta's property rights law and bring peace of mind to landowners across the province. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to move second reading of Bill 3. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Minister of Justice has moved second reading of Bill 3. Are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak at second reading of Bill 3, the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act. I've taken the chance to read the bill, something which I think all members of the Assembly should do before they stand up and speak and debate on a bill, is to actually read the bill. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I know that shouldn't have to be said, but given what we've seen from this government caucus over the last week or so, I think it's a timely reminder that one should know the bills when they're going to speak out and make accusations about what it means. You should first understand what it means. So I've had the opportunity to look over Bill 3 and the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act, and essentially, Mr. Speaker, I think there's pretty much consensus within the members of the. I don't want to presume for my colleagues, of course, but there does seem to be a consensus around what this bill is intended to address, which is, of course, to essentially limit or eliminate the common law adverse possession rights. So most people might be familiar with the idea of adverse possession, maybe not in its formal sense of the word, but the idea of squatters' rights, the idea that if somebody has, we've all heard the old saying, Mr. Speaker, possession is 9/10 of the law. The idea being that if you've possessed a piece of land or property for a period of time, eventually it becomes yours. And that's sort of the underlying principle behind this sort of adverse possession, that if an individual has occupied an area of land for a significant period of time and has exercised use of that land, then it becomes theirs, and they have a legal entitlement to that land. And of course, there are many who would have strong objections, and we know that based on consultations that were done not only by this government through their select special committee on real property rights, but also there's been consultations done by numerous other bodies, including the Alberta Law Reform Institute, to really evaluate what the perception is by Albertans, particularly rural landowners, about adverse possession. And generally speaking, that it tends to fly in the face of what we understand is fair and right. That somebody might be able to take claim to your property simply by using it, or are occupying it without your permission. That does seem to be an affront to most people's understanding of what's fair and what's right. And now what we do know is that the actual claim of adverse possession rights under the common law has actually been quite rare. It's not actually something that has been exercised to prove an entitlement. But again, it goes back to this idea of principles and what is fair and what is right. And so it has been an issue that has not been addressed statutorily in Alberta for some time. And in fact, I note that a number of other jurisdictions do already have, they've addressed through legislation, through statute, rights around to basically eliminate adverse possession. And unfortunately, Alberta has not followed that. And it's a little bit, it seems contrary to what we kind of know about the strong sense of pride that Albertans, and particularly rural Albertans, take in their land and their property. But of course, often on rural properties, there isn't clear delineation the way we would see in an urban center, where you have an idea what your property line is. You've got a city municipality comes out and assesses it, and you've got your property lines, and you usually have a fence or something. Of course, in rural areas, they may not be that clear. So often encroachments onto somebody else's land is not as obvious. It may be, a section of a piece of land. But we do know that concern is out there, and it is high time, I believe, that we address that through legislation. And so I'm happy to see that this bill has come forward, and I know that a number of the members of our caucus, as well as the government caucus, sat on that select special committee on real property and heard from a number of Albertans that wanted to see adverse possession, essentially limited or eliminated through legislation. So I'm glad to see this come forward. One of the things that I think, of course, in second reading, as we're talking about things in a high level, I have read the bill, and there's a couple of questions that it seems to align with a number of the recommendations that have come forward through a number of bodies, including the Alberta Law Reform Institute. So the Alberta Law Reform Institute issued, I believe it is in 2017, they did a fulsome kind of analysis of adverse possession, and they issued a final report that sort of outlined the recommendations about the pieces of legislation that would have to be changed and amended to address these issues around adverse possession. Further to that Alberta Law Reform Institute report, we know that our select special committee on real property went out and consulted and basically reached similar conclusions about how legislation should be amended. So one of the things that I was looking for, and I want to give credit actually to an article this was actually written in 2019, September 10th, 2019, by Stella Varvis, and it's a sort of a blog post put on ablog.ca, which is, a law blog. Shout out to anybody who watched Arrested Development, Bob Loblaw's law blog. No? Okay. Anyways, it's a law blog written by University of Calgary law professors on various issues. And Stella Varvis wrote a blog post about the end of adverse possession and sort of outlined a number of things that we should look for when it actually comes time to do that. So the first issue that should be addressed is that, we know that adverse possession is usually there's a 10-year limitation period. An individual has to have occupied it for at least 10 years, and that occupation must be exclusive, open, notorious, and continuous. So that's the sort of standard. Stella Varvis in her blog post was essentially saying, okay, look, if we're going to be eliminating adverse possession through statute, we need to make sure that we aren't sort of messing with, and that's probably not the term she used, it's not the term she used, with any adverse possession claims that had come before this law had come into force. So basically saying, if there have been adverse possession claims that have been made prior to any amendments being made, they should be held in force, and the same should apply for any pending claims. So if there are any matters before the courts at the time that this bill would say perhaps be proclaimed, then we would ensure that those claims could proceed under the previous common law. And I believe that is addressed in the bill. In Bill 3, my reading of it suggests that Section 1, subsection 3 of Bill 3 does seem to address that by basically saying that when this bill would come into force, and that I'm looking at the changes to Section 70, or the addition of Section 74.1 to the Land Titles Act, and subsection 2, which says any successful claim to quiet title recovered under the former provision continues, which seems to suggest that, yes, any claims that happened before the Act comes into effect would be continuing. So that seems to address that concern, as well as that any ongoing claims would also continue. So I believe that appears to be addressed, and these are kind of questions I'm posing with the hope that perhaps the Minister of Justice could also comment as to whether his reading is the same, that it does address these issues. I assume he's capable of reading the bill and understanding it. So another issue that was raised in this law blog was about whether claims to recover possession of real property can be brought at any time. So Section 69 of the, and I'm going to remind myself, Law of Property Act, yes, Law of Property Act, talks about what happens when somebody who does not legally have title to land but has been occupying and using the land for a period of time, and they've made improvements, significant improvements to the land. So in that case, it would be, for example, somebody has, through mistake, perhaps not intending to be deliberately trying to possess somebody else's land, but has occupied on land and built something. Maybe they've built a building, a farmhouse, a house, some sort of improvement, a well, dig a well. There's a good example from the member from Edmonton-McClung. But they've actually invested and improved on the land. What happens to that person's claim to that property? And of course, there needs to be some clarity as to how that's addressed. And one of the suggestions was, of course, that we ensure that there's no limitation, that similarly there's no limitation on which an individual who has actually improved the land may be able to recover their title to that. And again, that limitation does seem to be removed from in the Bill 3, but I do see clarification from the Minister of Justice to confirm that. But it does seem to be that I'm looking at on page 5 of the bill, I believe it is. Yes, and it amends the Limitations Act, subsection 2, section 3, subsection 2, which does seem to suggest that there's no limitation period on a claimant who's made improvements to the land. So that, again, seems to be addressed by the bill. The second or third issue I should raise that, the third issue is, I already talked about that. Never mind, I'm jumping ahead. The fourth issue is that actually the blog suggests that there should not actually be significant changes to the definitions in Section 69 of the Law of Property Act, that essentially it doesn't change who's defined as somebody who has an interest, and that there's no requirement that there be proof that the individual had a mistaken belief. And again, I believe that is addressed in the bill, but I would seek confirmation from the Minister of Justice on that issue. The next thing I sort of looked at, Madam Speaker, was to look at the recommendations that came out of the Select Special Committee on Real Property Rights, of course, that members of both government and opposition caucus were part of, because they did come forward with a number of specific recommendations around adverse possession. And when looking at this final report, which was issued in June of this year, the committee advised that it recommended adopting the Law Reform Institute recommendations that I referred to earlier, Madam Speaker, and indicated, yes, that they support a recommendation that the Land Titles Act be amended to abolish any future claims of adverse possession, as well as that the law of property be amended to provide that a sign does not have to prove the belief of the person who made an improvement. And that, Madam Speaker, refers to the idea that when somebody has made improvements on the land, and that maybe it gets passed down to somebody else, a family member, because when we're talking about this kind of possession of land, we're often talking about it going back decades and generations, that it's not a responsibility for an heir or an assigned to follow to actually have to prove that their parent, their grandparent, their great-grandparent had a genuine belief. They don't have to prove that. It's simply assumed, because that's often an impossible thing to prove. So that's what the committee recommended, that it not be required to be proved, and I believe that's reflected in the act, or in the bill, sorry. And that the limitation periods be addressed as discussed in that law blog that I issued. That's another recommendation that came from the committee. Once again, it appears that that has been addressed. So I outlined this, Madam Speaker, only to say that, those are the checks and balances that we would normally go through when we're looking at these kind of changes. We would look at what committee work has been done, what consultation has been done, what, shockingly, the experts believe on something, and in this case, right, the experts from the Alberta Law Reform Institute who have done the analysis, I believe in following expert advice and considering that seriously. Again, should not be a controversial statement, but it seems to be more and more controversial with this government and this Premier. But you'd look at all those pieces. You'd look, of course, at the landowners themselves and their feedback. And I believe that was very much the work of the committee, was to travel around and do that kind of analysis and listen to landowners and hear what their concerns are, and then to draft legislation that meets those recommendations, and legislation that has been thoughtfully gone through all the proper processes, Legislative Review Committee, Cabinet Committee, all of those things, the rigors and processes that we would expect from strong legislation, that's what we'd want to see. And so I can say that it appears that with Bill 3, that has happened. Can't say that that's happened for all the bills that have been brought forward by this government and this premier so far this session, but certainly in this case it does seem to reflect that. Now that doesn't mean that there aren't still questions for implications on, for example, the court. So if we are going to remove this common law principle of adverse possession, are there implications for the courts? Especially when we're removing limitation periods for claims related to improvements that have been made on land. Has there any analysis been done by by the government as to whether or not there will be any implications for the court system? I think this is an important question to ask, Madam Speaker, as we know that our court systems continue to be under enormous strain and with limited resources. So what are the implications? Are there any? I think that's a question to ask. The other key issue that I would raise, Madam Speaker, which I would have to go back, and perhaps those members who were on the Select Special Committee for Real Property can speak to this when they have an opportunity, but I'd like to know what the feedback was from Indigenous groups such as First Nations and Métis associations about what consultation was done. When we're talking about adverse possession, we're usually talking about adverse possession on private land, not Crown land. There's obviously different considerations that happen on Crown land, but I would want to be satisfied that we have consulted appropriately and that there has been an opportunity for feedback and assessment of any lands where potentially Métis and First Nations may be occupying, to be sure that there are no implications here that may affect their treaty rights. So I will put that to members of the caucus, government and opposition who may have sat on committee to say what feedback they would have received, because I didn't hear any reflection of those comments from the Minister of Justice when he introduced this bill for second reading. So, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, this is really a bill that I think we can fundamentally support with some questions answered. We want to bring our legislation with respect to property rights in line with what other jurisdictions have done. We know that this is an improvement over Bill 206, which was a private member's bill that was brought forward that didn't quite think through all of these pieces regarding limitation periods, and it appears that the committee's work as well as this bill is an attempt to address some of the challenges that were brought forward in that private member's bill. We think it's deeply important that we have clarity around a lot of things related to property rights, around economic investment, and making sure that we know that both property owners, landowners, as well as businesses require certainty. It's a principle that we fundamentally agree with, and particularly now when Alberta is positioned at a time of potentially great opportunity, certainty is more important than ever. It's what we hear loud and clear from the business community, from oil and gas sector, from those who have major projects. They want to know that there is certainty. That's why we do not support any legislation that's going to bring greater chaos and uncertainty to our economy, such as Bill 1 brought forward by this government. So, I think our principles have been pretty clear on this, Madam Speaker. We know which way the economy needs. When we talk to all those individuals and I've been doing this work, and I know my colleagues have as well, across the province, they want to have some certainty with respect to their rights, and they want to have certainty with respect to investments and the growth of their oil and gas sector, or agriculture, or forestry. Whatever the sector, we need that kind of certainty. So this is a bill that I believe, Madam Speaker, we will, or at least I can say that I will support. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to it today, and I look forward to the opportunity to speak to it again in further debate, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Are there others to join the debate on second reading of Bill 2? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasure to rise and to speak to Bill 3, the Property Rights Amendment Act. As a member of the committee that did travel the province to do consultation on the potential changes that were going to be under what was Bill 206 and now has been drafted as Bill 3, we heard quite a bit of feedback in relation to a variety of different things that could be changed. I am pleased to see that Bill 3 does incorporate the recommendations that came out of the final report, and that there looks like there will be a shift to address some of the concerns that were brought forward. I think one of the things that I also appreciate about Bill 3, and something that I think all members of the chamber can appreciate, is that this was a bipartisan committee where we were able to travel the province together and do consultation together in a collaborative way, and have something that was created that I think addresses the concerns that were brought forward. So, you know, the opposition and the government do have the ability to work together and to come up with something that addresses the concerns that Albertans have. My hope is that the government will choose to listen to the opposition on some other things and maybe withdraw their other bills. But in relation to Bill 3, I have a couple questions that I'm hoping at some point the minister will be able to address. And part of that was around the submission that the RMA submitted to the committee. I don't see it, and in fairness, you know, I'm still going through the bill and trying to make sure that everything's in there. But one of the things that was brought up by the Rural Municipalities Association was the concern around the financial compensation when it comes to the various districts that municipalities have to develop when it comes to land management. And the concern that the compensation for landowners, if the regulation is changed around the impacts of private property rights or removing this land use planning authority, could become problematic for municipalities in relation to compensation. Now, I don't know if that is addressed in this piece of legislation, if that has been acknowledged, or if we are saying that the financial remedy component that exists in the bill would be primarily between two landowners side by side, or something that has been structurally built. But we do know that there has been concerns in the past that were brought up in regards to a quarter section of land that's been used or has had a highway expansion zone for it, or an intersection potentially being built, and then a dispute occurring between who actually owned that land and whether it was landowner A or landowner B, and who was going to be compensated for the loss of that section. And so the question, I think, again, goes back to how will this work in practicality when we're looking at municipalities trying to do appropriate planning. You know, there will be concerns around economic growth, looking at the fact that, you know, there's also the concerns around external impacts like noise and pollution, traffic around certain areas, and how will that be addressed under these pieces of legislation to ensure that municipalities have the capacity to be able to grow and work with their REDAs and incorporate their expansion or their growth within their communities, while also ensuring that we are protecting landowners' rights. So I do have that question. I do also have the question in regards to the financial compensation piece, which is section, Law of Property Act. So the section 69 is repealed. And then we have 69 subsection 1 with lasting improvements of buildings made on wrong land. So I am anticipating that this is just going to be able to grant the courts the ability to move through all three of these different components, whether it be that the order would be that the improvements be removed or abandoned, that an easement be put and limited in time, or that the improvements acquire the land on which the improvements are made from the registered owner of the land in the amount of what term the court thinks. So as long as we are working in a way that there is an agreement by the courts that either the structure is removed, I think the example that my colleague mentioned around whether or not it would be some form of a well or a fence line, we could be looking at, again, if we're talking about expansion of roads, some of that is pretty permanent infrastructure. It's not as easily removed. So ensuring that there is compensation that is appropriate. I am curious when the minister is able to respond at some point. I don't believe that there is any type, and maybe it will be, if it would be a regulation or not, around what those compensation levels would look like. Is it going to just be an assessment of property value? Is there going to be impact? What will the scope be in the ability to ensure that that is happening and that the dispute is being able to be resolved? I know we heard some examples at committee of an ongoing dispute around a fence line that was actually within city limits, but it was between two owners, homeowners, and there was significant dispute between what side the fence was on and whose property it was on. And this dispute has been going on for, it sounds like, a significant period of time. I think they were at like 10 years of trying to work with the city on getting the zoning reevaluated and property lines reassessed. And just the relationship, I couldn't even imagine the relationship between the two neighbors in relation to trying to live side by side while disputing whether or not the fence is on their property or on someone else's property. But that it was something that it just continuously kept coming up and has been going on for a significant period of time. So it would be interesting to hear, you know, sort of the remedy of how this would work in a piece like that. Now, I know we had some other submissions that also came in through CAP in relation to more specific to the bill that we were currently consulting on, which was Bill 206, which, you know, dropped off the order paper and quickly became Bill 3. Well, not quickly. I think we spent quite a few months traveling the province. But there was some recommendations that I think that came through that are not reflected in the bill. And I think there's fairness in the submission that some of the pieces that were submitted to the committee were outside the scope of what this piece of legislation really was intended to do. But there was some comments made around the burdens of, you know, the AER and trying to ensure that there is no duplication of effort between what business and stakeholders have to go through and whether or not this piece of legislation would actually impede or impact any regulatory or policy shifts through some of that evaluation or regulation that needs to be done. And so I'd be curious to hear from one of the ministers in relation to if there is any overlap or any potential conflict between what, let's say, for example, the oil and gas industry already has to go through in getting approval for, you know, being able to build a new well or looking at pipeline or any of those kinds of things. If this will create a second level that they will have to then work through in relation to what they're already doing with the AER. I think we would see that similarly with our grazing leaseholders, and of course some of the forestry industry may have some questions in relation to this, and just how those land management agreements are going to be reflected. How does this bill interact with those pieces of legislation? Because of course we want to ensure that when we're looking at property rights and this piece of legislation is addressing the concerns that were brought forward at committee, but also want to make sure that it hasn't now created a second stream. And so is there a way to ensure that policies or regulations are being streamlined between this piece of legislation and anything else that currently exists when it comes to working through those approval processes? And so I would be curious to hear from the Minister of Justice, but if he consulted with his counterparts in the Ministry of Agriculture, in the Ministry of Energy, as well as the Ministry of, what is it now, Forestry and Protected Areas? Oh, yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much to the member from Edmonton Manning. I'm just blown away by her knowledge on this, and I know she was one of the one of the committee members as well. And so, you know, I just thought I'd jump up when she mentioned she's been asking a lot of really important, critical questions of the Justice Minister. So I am hopeful that we will hear from the Justice Minister. We've got a lot of questions for him. I'm also hopeful that we'll hear from the members, the members opposite. You know, this is one of their bills, and they've said that many of them are quite passionate about this. They mentioned in the opening remarks that they're hearing from a lot of their constituents. So it's a little intriguing that so far it's only been NDP members speaking to this bill. So I honestly want to learn more about it. I can admit I'm no property rights expert. So I would love to hear from the UCP members about, you know, what the impetus is and you know, what they're hearing from their constituents. Because again, admittedly, I'm no expert on this. So that would be my request.
Thank you, member. And actually, maybe just for a point of clarity, Madam Speaker, for myself, is the chair of the committee allowed to speak if you've taken on a different role?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, the member that was the chair of this committee is now, I believe, a parliamentary secretary. So are they allowed to speak to the bill? I'm just out of curiosity. Not that I'm requesting that he does, but I can't remember what all the different roles are.
Yeah, of course. He can speak as a member, just like any other member, for his allotted time frame on any number one stage of the bill or amendment. So
couldn't remember
but
if parliamentary secretaries were allowed to speak.
Perhaps what you are seeking is best done in a committee stage process. Yeah. For more of a back and forth, and you'll get what you seek, but he can speak when he has time.
Thank you. With all the changes, I wasn't quite sure who's considered a private member and who's part of executive and all the things now, so.
Question period. No, that wouldn't be allowed in that relationship, but certainly in this assembly, you can do whatever you want, almost.
Oh, well, let's see. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that could be fun. Anyway, so going back to, again, some of the other questions that did come up. So I do recognize that this has overreaching, not overreaching, sorry, that's it. It is intertwined with a variety of different ministries in how this can be interpreted and how this can be impacted. And so, you know, coming from being in government, I do know that, you know, you can create one piece of legislation and then that will sometimes have trickle effects into other pieces of legislation, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And so, again, I just in the works. It is kind of an ongoing conversation, I think, when we start looking at carbon capture and what that means and sort of the carbon.
Other members to join the debate. The Honourable Member for Highwood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually really excited today to stand up in support of Bill 3, the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act. As the member was stating previously, I was the chair of the Select Special Committee on Real Property Rights. We engaged this work. We submitted, of course, the report mid-summer, and I was extremely excited about the opportunity to be able to be the chair of this initiative, travel around the province, and engage in this very important conversation which does surround property rights, which many of us expressed as actually being one of the foundational pillars of our freedom in our country. Throughout that process, we engaged in many different ways. We had some limited capacity at times during COVID, but of course we did have the opportunity to be able to travel around to locations throughout the province, north, central, south, and allow individuals to be able to approach us and bring to us the issues that mattered to them most. And what I would say is throughout that process, adverse possession came up numerous times. And what I think I found was shocking more than anything was that Alberta was an outlier in this area. Adverse possession, this archaic law, better known as squatters' rights, had been abolished in many other provinces. And with that, we recognize, what was the purpose of this? Why was this still a thing in a province like Alberta that, of course, had been so extensively surveyed that there was really no reason for this kind of archaic law to exist anymore. And with the written submissions, we saw many specialists that spoke to the impacts of what can happen in adverse possession. Anecdotally, even in my own constituency, I heard stories of a farmer that approached me and had mentioned, his experience and how he almost lost 48 acres of land where they had his neighbor had rebuilt a fence. And it seemed insignificant in the time, but when you consider the length of this fence, it was only off roughly just over 20 feet. But when you calculate the amount of land over the length of that fence, it equated to a substantial amount of acres, which is really important for a farmer to be able to have in order to be able to sustain his farm. And it was those types of stories that really brought this legislation to the top of the pile. It just was so outdated, and we kept hearing this over and over again, both in the written submissions, in the virtual meeting that we also had that we hosted here in Edmonton. We had a lot of people call in and speak about adverse possession and how it needed to be removed as soon as possible. And even one individual shared stories that this isn't just a rural issue, that this practice of adverse possession has been enforced in urban situations. And when I went and approached this individual and we unpacked this conversation, recognizing that he lived in an urban setting where a fence had been moved for longer than 10 years, the neighbor had claimed that land, and it actually put his own house, the house he lived in, into non-compliance, which severely would impact his evaluation of his property when he goes to sell. And when you think about these instances and you think about what the impact is on these landowners, and considering that for a lot of people in Alberta, their largest investment is their home. This is where people put the bulk of their money for their entire lives. This bill, Bill 3, the Property Rights Statute Amendment Act, that does abolish adverse possession, is protecting landowners, and it's protecting one of their greatest investments. And I think that's what we need to focus on here right now is doing that. You have to be able to protect landowners when it comes to their property. This is a fundamentally easy change considering the archaic nature of this bill and the fact that it's actually multiple bills through the private member process have actually been introduced in this legislature. So that gave us a foundation, I believe, as a government to be able to go back to the minister and say, you know, there's been multiple attempts on this. This is an extremely outdated piece of legislation. It protects property owners and their largest investment in many cases, which is their property. So I think this Alberta-led conversation is extremely important. And with that, members opposite also partook in this engagement throughout the province. And they were there to be able to see individuals come up on a variety of different issues. And I consider Bill 3, you know, an important part of also our platform commitment as a UCP government. One of the things we promised Albertans we were going to do was to look at how we're going to continue to strengthen property rights and protect them, being the fact that it is one of those fundamental pillars of our freedoms, of our democracy here in Canada. And with that, of course, we heard a lot of different issues. This one just presented itself and kind of rose to the top of the pile, first and foremost, because of how outdated it was, because of how many individuals had approached us on the situation, on the impact it would have for loss of value of land and actually loss of land itself. We've said it through and through. Farmers, when it comes down to, you think about how many miles of fence that a farmer can have, it's pretty hard for them to be checking if any of those fences have been moved, and even the ability to be able to survey that is a cost to those individuals. And with adverse possession in place, I mean, the amount of time and effort a person would have to put in to ensuring that he's not going to lose land if fences are moved is just outrageous. We want our farmers focused on what they should be doing, which is producing high-quality products, which is what Alberta is so well known for, and putting foods on the table for not just Albertans, but Canadians and the world. So this was a learning experience for me as the Select Special Committee on Real Property Rights, and as the chair, it was a huge learning exercise. And though this bill is simple in essence, you recognize that it has three overlapping pieces of legislation that it does affect in order to have the full protection. I have reviewed the bill and spoke to the minister directly, and I do believe he's accomplished that quite well considering the overarching legislation that currently exists in the province to be able to ensure that this practice doesn't continue. And I'm really happy today to see that this is a priority here in the fall. You know, bills like this are incredibly important for the future of Alberta. And even the thought of adverse possession, though very uncommon, when you do mention it to the average individual, they're actually, I think, blown away that this is something that still can exist in today's society, considering the technology that we have to be able to survey our land, to stake our land, and just the thought alone that because a fence is placed in the wrong position for a period of time, that somebody can just all of a sudden gain the use of that land permanently, take it away from somebody else. So I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice for putting this as a priority in Bill 3 and bringing it to this House. I think this is going to have an incredible impact for Alberta moving forward. And I'm glad to see that archaic pieces of legislation like this are removed and that this government continues with its platform to continue to protect and strengthen property rights. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for my chance to be able to speak to this incredible bill. Thank you very much.
There are others join the debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decourt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to rise this afternoon, provide some comments this afternoon around Bill 3, the Property Rights Statute Amendment Act. I do appreciate the member from Livingston for, and the chair for jumping up and providing some comments. It's nice to get that back and forth a little bit, because it was supposed to be a joint effort. The whole topic of property rights has certainly, let's just call it what it is, it's dragged on for far too long, past this government, past the former NDP government, past that. It's been going on for a while. So it's nice to see some results that are actually happening. Now, of course, I would be a little bit remiss, Madam Speaker. I think there, as one of the members of that committee as well, I think there were some missed opportunities maybe, which presented themselves a little bit more when we had the chance to do the public engagement and the on-site engagement as well. I know there were some suggestions around maybe some acts that should be considered that unfortunately I think the committee didn't when thinking about its recommendations, its deliberations, and how it could better serve Albertans. So just one quick example I think of one of the acts that wasn't considered was the Water Act. And I know from a couple of the engagement sessions that I attended, water came up around the property rights, potentially, I can't remember the location, it might have been Eckville, where a gravel pit close by a property, there was concerns, of course, quality of life around the dust and whatnot, that was certainly brought up from that individual, but also potential contamination of their well. And so I think, had we have looked at giving ourselves the ability to consider that act, we would have been able to have a lot more information to be able to come to some recommendations. And certainly water did come up several times. And now that I think about it, when we had that recent issue with a potential, I think it was a feed lot near one of our lakes, certainly having to consider, the Water Act, might have been helpful in some of these deliveries. So again, just I think a missed opportunity on our part. Now, there was one thing I did want to point, because my friend from Edmonton Whitemud had pointed out around potential consultations with Indigenous, Métis. I guess I was dismayed that we weren't able to be able to go do on-site consultations. Now, I certainly know the pandemic played a very, very large part in making that extremely difficult. And so I really would have liked to have seen, the opportunity to get that important input from those folks for us to consider in terms of recommendations that we gave to the government. So again, just kind of a little bit of a missed opportunity that, I don't know. They always say, hindsight's 20/20. Could you have done something better in terms of trying to reach out, make those connections? It's easy to shine that crystal ball and try and come up with an answer. And so, as the chair had mentioned, adverse possession did come up quite a bit. That was certain. It was definitely a fascinating experience for me. I'm certainly no expert when it comes to property rights, and some of the scenarios that people brought up during the consultation process and the in-person events was quite the learning experience, to say the least. I know one of the things that actually came up several times, and I think it was, the in-person meetings that I know I was able to attend. I couldn't get to all of them. That was around damage to properties, I guess maybe more specifically fence lines, with hunters entering onto property to go hunt, and unfortunately damaging the property, and owners stuck with the bill to try to replace that. And as the chair had mentioned, trying to keep track of all of that fence line is hard enough as it is, but when you do keep track of it and all of a sudden, you have a big hole in your fence, that's certainly a problem. I would have liked to have maybe seen something in Bill 3 around that, because that did come up several times from individuals and people that would write into our offices because they knew all the members of the committee. There was also actually, I think, it might have been Eckville again too, where there was actually a little bit of a confrontation between one of the landowners and some hunters, and that was certainly a little bit disturbing, to say the least. So, it would have been nice, again, if we could have maybe had the opportunity to see something about that in Bill 3. One of the other questions that's kind of popped up in my mind, because I know this now provides access to the justice system. And actually, I see a member across looking for an intervention. I'm very excited to let you speak up, so please.
No, just wanted to comment on you said you wanted to see something added into this bill. And I think one of the things that I heard as part of that committee was that the need to keep this adverse possession as a single standalone bill, because it's been introduced many, many times over the years in the province as part of an omnibus bill, and it's always failed. And the number of times that it was put forward as a single standalone bill by a private member, it ended up falling off the order paper. So I would hate to see this happen again. So I'd just like you to comment, because I'm sure you heard that same thing from the previous MLAs that came and spoke to us at those meetings, that they were just concerned about, please, just make it a standalone and get it through.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Great comment. Maybe I'll take that opportunity to make that plug for, maybe we could find some way to extend the ability for the House to consider more time for private members' business and hearing all private members' bills, not necessarily kind of pushing them to the bottom of the order paper. But you're right, yeah. We did hear, again, that focus on adverse possession, how many times, tried and died on the order paper, which was unfortunate. So obviously with a government bill, we're able to address that a little bit more. But again, as a government bill, I've seen bills, not a lot of pages. I've seen bills with a huge amount of pages. Again, just, I guess, an opinion, maybe a missed opportunity, maybe not. At least we are dealing with, as the chair said, the one that did rise to the top of the list, which is the adverse possession. It just opportunities, I think, that we could have, expanded that. I guess, right. The other thought I had was around people being able to access the court system in terms of trying to seek restitution, and hopefully that never happens too often, because as we know, it can be a little bit of a costly endeavor going through the court systems trying to get a decision. But I guess one of the questions I would have to the Justice Minister around, should we see a rise in these cases heading to the justice, what kind of pressures that might put on our courtrooms. We do know that they are a little bit strained at the moment trying to get through things. I would, again, Albertans are excited. They're finally going to be able to seek justice, to be able to get, some compensation, and then it gets bogged down in the courts, and, eventually we get to it and there's yet more waiting. We want to try to reduce that waiting period. So I'd be interested to see what the Justice Minister has heard from that, from our fantastic folks in His Majesty's court system, and how potentially that caseload could be affected. And so I think that covers most of the stuff I'm hoping to cover at this moment. Again, I've never had so many intervention opportunities, Madam Speaker. I'm beside myself here. I think I saw two. Maybe I'll take advantage of both of them. To my friend from Edmonton Mill Woods.
No, thank you very much to my colleague from Edmonton Decor. And I appreciate what he's added to the record on this debate, particularly given his role as a member of that Select Special Committee on Real Property Rights. And I appreciate that we've heard from the chair, we heard from the member from Edmonton Manning, because reviewing Bill 3 in conjunction with the report on the committee, it seems clear that the committee received presentations from a number of different stakeholders, both written submissions, oral presentations from stakeholders who were particularly invited to give their perspective, and also oral presentations from members of the public at public meetings. And so, having listened to the comments, I just was curious to know more about the members' experience traveling in Alberta and hearing from members of the public on these issues, and how well canvassed they were, what people came in to stress most.
Yeah, thank you for that. Certainly there were some diverse stories that were brought forward. As some was mentioned, adverse possession coming up, damage to property with some hunters, certainly not all of them, but there were cases where damage was occurring. That kind of came up a little bit. Potential gravel pit locations. Like I said, I believe I heard that at the Eckville meeting. There was concern from a property owner around the location of gravel pit. When they first bought the property, they were under the understanding that nothing like that was going to be close by, let alone, I believe it was literally across the street from them. Hence, my comments around the water. They were concerned about water contamination. I know we heard some comments around trying to remember which section it was. Maybe it was Edson. I believe we heard some comments down in that area. Some of the same things again, adverse possession coming up and whatnot. And so I think we had the ability to take in those comments, and had we expanded maybe the list a little bit, would have provided the committee a bit of an ability to be able to consider more of the comments. As I was discussed earlier, the attempts at trying to fix adverse possession over the course of the years, failing because of being private members' business and the constraints that we have around that. It's good to see. But like I said, could we have maybe had the opportunity to add some other stuff, or maybe even introduce another bill that also included some of the things that the committee heard? I think would have been an opportunity to address the concerns of Albertans that we heard. And so I'm looking forward to further debate, getting a chance maybe in committee of the whole. As we know, second reading is not that good for being able to jump back and forth with questions and comments. So hopefully the minister will get a chance to also join us during committee of the whole, answer some of those questions, provide some of the comments, feedback, maybe perhaps some secondary consultation. Like I said, the committee wasn't able to consult with First Nations, Indigenous, Métis, I think as fulsome as we could have. So perhaps the minister has had the opportunity to be able to to speak with all of those communities and what kind of comments he heard back around that. Are some of those addressed in Bill 3 to make sure that, treaty rights aren't being either bypassed or stomped on in any way, and what the feedback was potentially from those communities around Bill 3 and what we could have seen further had we have had the opportunity to be able to hear in person from those committees. Again, just circumstances at the time and the situation, the committee had to ask for an extension because of the health restrictions that were in place and the concerns there. We weren't able to meet as soon as we had really hoped. That's nobody's fault. It was just a situation at the time. So hopefully we've managed to maybe make up for some of those. But I look forward to more of the comments from members through discussion. Likely I'll jump back up as I remember things from our tour and what Albertans were looking for in terms of changes to property rights.
Are there others to join the debate? The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for your comments. And it was quite enjoyable to be part of that committee and get out and meet some people and get to travel the province. We do have a beautiful province, and we did manage to go all over, I think to just about every corner of it. And I thank the chair for doing a great job. I stood in for him, I think, at Edson at one point, but I'd also like to thank all the security team that came with us to all these events and the staff that made all this possible. And when you talk about attendance at these things, there's a lot that goes into organizing these town halls all over the province, and you never really know who's coming. You get a few submissions from folks that are going to show up, and then there was times where 10 minutes before the meeting was supposed to start, there's the committee and security and staff, and then finally people would start trickling in. So they were quite well attended. But I think one of the big things about it was that we did hear quite clearly that this had to be a standalone bill. So I hope that the opposition understands that, and the people that attended the meetings and put submissions forward to the committee understand that we're not ignoring all the other things that came up there, but the importance of making sure that this was a government bill, not a private member's bill, and it was a standalone bill, so it didn't get lost in the shuffle of a whole bunch of things. So that was the important things. And but with that, just some brief comments. A real property report is something that if you've bought or sold a piece of property lately, that's part of the process is getting a real property report. And sometimes it can be a fence that's been there for 40 years that when they do the survey, it's like, oh, this fence is out of place by, even if it's a foot or 2 feet. 150-foot lot in Edmonton, some lots can be up to $100 a square foot. So now who owns that $15,000 piece of land that's not really of any value to anybody, but it is part of the real property report. So those are the things that happen quite often. That's why this is important to get this thing straightened out. It happens quite a bit out in the country too, where even municipalities used to, to the best of their abilities, build the roads on the grid line, and now they've found that some of them are maybe 6 meters onto a private person's property in the wrong place, and now they've got to go back and purchase that land off them. So it is very important that we recognize those things and give municipalities especially some way of remedying those situations, and property owners as well. So, but with that, I just had those brief comments to make, and with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 4, Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act 2022, Honourable Mr. Copping.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to move second reading of Bill 4, the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act 2022. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this bill. There are approximately 11,000 physicians in Alberta who work hard each and every day to improve the lives of Albertans. Their tireless work and selfless commitment is truly appreciated. Now, since becoming Minister of Health, a top priority for me has been to focus on a collaborative relationship with physicians, looking at partnership and innovation. I've listened to physicians, acknowledged the challenges the health system is facing, and have committed to doing something about those challenges. I was honored to be at the negotiating table with the Alberta Medical Association, and I'm very pleased that 70% of voting physicians supported the new agreement back in September. Madam Speaker, part of the new agreement outlines the government's commitment to repeal Section 40.2 of the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act. This section of the Act allows government to terminate compensation-related agreements. And the bill before us proposes repealing this section, thereby revoking the government's ability to terminate its agreement with the Alberta Medical Association. This legislation is no longer required given the terms of the new agreement with the AMA. And repealing this clause follows through on our promise to the AMA and to physicians and is a further step forward in building our relationship. Now, government's new agreement with the AMA will help stabilize our healthcare system, target the areas of concern, and support Albertans' healthcare needs. With its significant investments, this agreement provides a path forward to address the current challenges and issues brought forward by physicians during our conversations. And I want to take a few moments to go over some of the highlights of this very important agreement. Now, the agreement covers 4 fiscal years, April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2026. Alberta physicians will continue to be among the highest compensated in Canada, with an average increase of 4% over the 4-year term. The new agreement puts strong priority on primary health care, including a sliding scale of rate increases, with the highest increases for family physicians at approximately 5.2%. Lump sum increases will be given to primary care networks of $20 million in each of 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024. And this is to provide additional support for primary care while modernizing Alberta's primary care health system work takes place. With additional targeted spending, including new supports for rural physician recruitment, spending on family medicine overall will increase by approximately 8% over 3 years. About $750 million in new funding over 4 years is being invested to stabilize the healthcare system, including $260 million in targeted funding. This targeted funding is going toward physician recruitment and retention, incentives for physicians to work in rural and remote northern communities, physician support programs, and funding to assist physicians with rising business costs. There will also be a 1% rate increases for physicians in each of the next 3 years, and a 1% recognition lump sum payment for the exceptional contribution physicians have made during the pandemic. Now, this lump sum payment is worth approximately $45 million, or roughly $4,000 per physician. It will go to the AMA by the end of the year for distribution to their members. We are also working with the AMA to implement the 1% rate increase for 2022-23. This increase applies to fee-for-service and alternative relationship plan rates, providing an additional $46 million to physicians. As outlined in the new agreement, the rate increase is heavily weighted to specialties facing the greatest pressure, such as family medicine. We are working with the AMA to distribute these increases across and within specialties. They will be effective April 1st, 2022 retroactively, and are expected to be finalized and be able to be paid out by March 31st, 2023. Now, the first 3 years of the agreement provide rate stability with no market corrections for above or below market rates. Year 4 will see implementation of results from a comprehensive market rate review based on comparisons with Ontario West jurisdictions. There will also be a global rate adjustment to reflect general economic and fiscal conditions at that time. There is a potential for binding arbitration for both the market rate review and the global rate adjustment should the parties not be able to agree on what's appropriate. Additionally, there will be gain sharing in years 3 or 4 where the AMA can receive 50% of any savings achieved by keeping cost growth below population and complexity. Physicians will have a shared responsibility to review compensation rates relative to market and help bring them into alignment with peer provinces. And we'll be working closely with the AMA during the review process as well as during the global rate adjustment through joint committees. And we'll be working together as partners to address other key issues related to physician compensation. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to say that our partnership even goes beyond this new agreement. We are working collaboratively with physicians on modernizing Alberta's primary healthcare system initiative, also known as MAPS, where Alberta's primary healthcare leaders and national and global experts are being brought together to identify immediate and long-term improvements to strengthen Alberta's primary care system. MAPS is about building on the strong primary healthcare foundation that exists in Alberta to create a system where everyone has access to a family physician or primary healthcare provider, no matter where they live in the province. Modernizing primary healthcare will also help to ease pressures on our hospitals. Working closely with the Alberta Medical Association, primary care networks, and other primary care leaders across the province, 3 advisory panels are addressing major issues, identifying key areas for improvement, and recommending both new opportunities and ways to ramp up existing strengths in our primary healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we are also working with physicians as we implement the AHS reform plan. This work includes improving EMS response times, decreasing ER wait times and wait times for surgeries, and developing long-term reforms through consultations with frontline workers, pushing down decision-making within AHS. Decision-making will be restored to the local level, and local health professionals, regional innovation will be incentivized to provide more medical services, and more healthcare professionals will be attracted to Alberta. As we look to the future, Madam Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to working with physicians as partners in improving our healthcare system. Physicians have faced significant difficulties in the past few years, so today I especially want them to know that Alberta's government is deeply appreciative of their critical role. Their voices and leadership are crucial to our healthcare system, and we look forward to standing side by side with physicians in the weeks, months, and years ahead in order to provide the healthcare services that Albertans deserve and Albertans need. So with that, Madam Speaker, I move second reading of Bill 4, and I ask all members of this chamber to support this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and respond to the Minister's moving of second reading of Bill 2, or Bill 4, pardon me. I can count. So Bill 4, the Alberta Health and Care Insurance Amendment Act, an innocuous name, for a bill that, Madam Speaker, is a sign of the failure of this government, a significant failure that has done significant harm to the Alberta healthcare system and Albertans' ability to access care. I join the Minister in thanking the 11,000 physicians who serve Albertans. I absolutely agree that a collaborative relationship with those physicians should be a top priority. However, it was not this government's priority when they passed Bill 21 in the fall of 2020 and awarded themselves the sweeping power to tear up the master agreement between the Alberta Medical Association and the Government of Alberta. The Minister said he is bringing forward this bill today because that legislation that they passed that fall is no longer required. Madam Speaker, I would contend it was never required. The government did not need that nuclear option, particularly given that the master agreement that this minister just congratulated himself and his government for signing could have easily been negotiated at the table in 2021. It did not require the government tearing up a master agreement and embarking on a 2-year campaign of attack against physicians in the province of Alberta, one that again has done significant harm to our public health care system and has hurt Albertans' ability to access care. This government chose to press forward with an aggressive plan that certainly to all appearances appeared to be an attempt to break the Alberta Medical Association and pit physicians against each other. A cynical ploy, Madam Speaker. Part of an overall aggressive posture which this government struck at that time and continued throughout the pandemic against healthcare workers, and particularly the individuals that those healthcare workers elect to negotiate on their behalf and represent their interests. So let's talk about how this came about, Madam Speaker. Let's look at a little bit of the history. As I said, in the fall of 2020, this government passed Bill 21, awarding themselves the power to tear up the master agreement with physicians. Shortly after that, or around the same time, the then Minister of Health, now Minister of Justice, put forward 10 proposals to the Alberta Medical Association for changes that he insisted were essential to cut costs and save dollars in the healthcare system. That included things like making changes to the complex care codes that allow doctors to spend more time with their patients, ending the practice of good faith billing, which allows physicians to be able to bill for looking after a patient even if that patient does not have their Alberta healthcare insurance card with them or have their number. That is something that is used significantly by physicians, for example, say at the Royal Alex Hospital here in my constituency, when they are dealing with individuals who are living houseless and do not have ID. They insisted they had to impose a cap on the number of services a doctor could provide a day, or also known as a visit cap. They insisted that they had to end coverage for drivers' medicals for seniors. Doctors reached out to me. They expressed a lot of concerns, particularly family doctors, Madam Speaker, about the impacts this would have on their ability to continue to provide care, and particularly rural physicians, Madam Speaker, had deep concerns with some of the other things this government was trying to force through around charging them for facility fees and other things that would make it harder for them to be able to practice in the community and in hospital. But these were things the government insisted were so essential that they had to pass legislation awarding themselves the power to tear up the master agreement, and went ahead and did so in February of 2020, pardon me. I apologize, I've been speaking of 2020, fall of 2020 with Bill 21, it was about fall of 2019. February of 2020, they tore up the master agreement. I apologize, Madam Speaker, this was a long war, so it's easy to get confused on the dates. They proceeded, after tearing up that agreement, to go on an aggressive campaign against doctors on social media, accused them of being greedy, accused them of being entitled, skated right up to the line of accusing them of engaging in fraud on their billing. There was a government website under Alberta Health making these contentions. Many tweets from the then Minister of Health, who now serves as the Minister of Justice. This as we found ourselves going into a global pandemic. And as we went into that pandemic, the minister talked about how happy he is about supporting primary care and the steps he's taking. Well, you know, going into that pandemic, family doctors in Alberta were begging this government to take action on providing them with a code to be able to provide virtual care, because we were locking down and individuals were not able to go and see their family doctor in person because we were at the first wave. We did not know what the parameters were. That was the situation. So this government said, sure, no problem. We will give you $20 for a visit, which is half, approximately, Madam Speaker, of what doctors normally earned in clinic. Other provinces were stepping up and providing fully funded virtual codes. This government told doctors you can have half of what you normally make. They let that sit for weeks, at the same time as they had just signed an agreement with TELUS for their Babylon phone service for people to be paid full. Doctors on Babylon were paid the full amount, $37 for a visit, Madam Speaker, while this government was grinding Alberta family doctors down at half that rate for the same provision, the actual doctors of the patients who knew their histories as opposed to an anonymous walk-in doctor through an app. That is what we had from this government towards physicians in the province of Alberta. We had a minister that went to yell at a doctor in his driveway. The pushback was bad enough that when this government forced its new physician funding framework through in April, they ended up having to walk back portions of it on April 24th because their own MLAs pushed back so hard against their minister's wrong-headed approach and the feedback, the blowback they were getting from their rural constituents and rural leaders, because multiple physicians across the province were threatening to withdraw service. And you know what? A number of those physicians did end up picking up and leaving, Madam Speaker. We lost a number of family doctors across the province as this government continued with its war on physicians. They threatened the funding for physicians' benefits and support programs, Madam Speaker. They seized control of them from the Alberta Medical Association and then threaten the continuance of funding. These are things like mental health supports for physicians in the midst of a pandemic, Madam Speaker. That is the position this government took and pushed for months. all empowered by what they passed in Bill 21, the section that they are repealing today. And as physicians began to say, well, forget it, I am not going to work under these conditions, the Minister of Health, now the Minister of Justice, went to the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta to demand that they change their rules to make it harder for physicians to be able to leave an abusive relationship. That is the context for the bill that we are looking at today. And it's not just family physicians, Madam Speaker. This government continued up until this year to put pressure on Alberta Health Services to force contract changes on hospitalists that at more than one occasion, to my understanding, led to near job action that would have impacted the ability for Albertans to access surgeries and required the direct intervention of this Minister of Health to prevent. Hospitals like the Red Deer Regional Hospital are still not able to maintain, regain the surgical capacity they had before the pandemic due to a shortage of anesthesiologists. You know, in March 2021, I spoke with physicians at the Red Deer Regional Hospital. They told me they'd lost about 6 anesthesiologists in the previous 3 months. Spoke with another anesthesiologist here in Edmonton. Just this past June, he noted that we currently have about, in his estimation, about 350 FTE anesthesiologists, so about 450 actual, maybe, but some of those are part-time. He said that's about 15% short of what we need to get back to pre-COVID capacity. And he noted that, in fact, we have continued to lose anesthesiologists from Alberta to jurisdictions like BC, Vancouver, Victoria. He said about 12 anesthesiologists in the previous year to year and a half, because other jurisdictions are actively headhunting those physicians from Alberta, and they were leaving in part due to the chaos created by this government, by their decision to pass that element of Bill 21 and go on their extended war against physicians. And indeed, I've even heard reports that the Royal Alexandra Hospital here in my constituency will be short about 2 anesthesiologists through till next September. So the fact is, Madam Speaker, that the deal that this minister signed, now I will give the minister credit. This minister did work hard. He had to, because he inherited a mess. He inherited a flaming dumpster left behind by the now Minister of Justice, former Minister of Health. And this minister indeed had to spend those 2 years undoing that damage, and it was significant damage. And I would say that damage is yet to be fully repaired, either in terms of the damage it has done to our healthcare system, Alberta's ability to access care, and indeed trust with physicians in this province. To be clear, the minister talked about how happy he was about the level of support he got for this agreement. Let's not forget the agreement that was brought forward by the previous minister and was soundly rejected by physicians because they did not trust this government. And indeed, this minister was left with that mess to have to clean up, and I will give him credit for getting to that 70% support of the physicians that signed. And certainly I am happy for physicians that they are in a better position. That lump sum payment for family doctors, that is certainly welcome, Madam Speaker, but it does not make up for this government's grinding them down throughout the midst of a pandemic, refusing to provide them with a proper virtual code, which again was another step that I will say this minister did move forward on and did put through in January 1st of this year, but again he was undoing the damage that his own government had done. So now we know we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Albertans who are struggling to access a family doctor. The minister rose and spoke about bringing family doctors into Lethbridge today. That's wonderful. I look forward to seeing those doctors actually get out and working in the community, but it would have been far better if they'd never been driven out in the first place. The minister has talked about the work that he is doing with Alberta Health Services to recruit anesthesiologists to the province of Alberta. I believe him. I believe they're in fact doing that work. Now, talking with a local anesthesiologist, that work has been incredibly difficult and continues to be incredibly difficult, and it is because of the damage this minister and his government did before. So again, I'm not discrediting the work that the minister is putting in. Absolutely, I believe he is working hard, and again, pretty much he has to. because this government is simply making up the deficit, filling in the hole that they dug. And that has cost Albertans. Currently in the Bow Valley, there is not a single doctor that is accepting new patients. We're still waiting for those physicians to get in and fill that significant gaping deficit in Lethbridge. There are still clinics that have closed and have not reopened. We have significant challenges across our system, and of course we are seeing those impacts now as we see these surges in ERs across the province. We're continuing to see the challenge now because Albertans can't get to a family doctor, so then they turn to their local emergency room. And unfortunately, that leaves us in a position then where those emergency rooms are overcrowded, they are overflowing, and we do not have the capacity because, of course, this government, through its policies during COVID-19, exhausted the healthcare workforce. Not just doctors, nurses, and many others throughout the system, and we have a critical staffing shortage in pretty much every area. Now, the minister, again, I'm sure if he were to rise now, would point out that this is the case in every jurisdiction across Canada, that there are critical staffing shortages, but that does not excuse the fact, Madam Speaker, that at every step this government made it worse. The fact that other jurisdictions are also struggling to find doctors does not give this government a good reason to go on a war against them and take all of the steps I have outlined today, that aggressive posturing, that attempt at what could be colloquially called union busting. Although, of course, the Alberta Medical Association is not actually a union, though certainly the government tried to paint them that way. So the fact is, yes, other jurisdictions are struggling, but Alberta is the only jurisdiction where the government has consistently been at war with physicians and has consistently attacked other healthcare workers over the course of the pandemic and indeed the majority of its term. So the minister can stand now and he can offer thanks and he can talk about how much he appreciates what physicians are doing. And you know what, Madam Speaker, I don't even doubt that the minister means it. My understanding, and certainly what I've seen of this minister and what I've heard from his work in the negotiations, he is a decent man. He is personable. He is genuine. But he was part of the government that voted at every single step to take each of these steps that occurred. He continues to sit directly beside the minister who undertook so many of these detrimental actions, and I've never heard that minister offer any apology or acknowledgement of any of the actions that I've listed today. And they are not hyperbole, Madam Speaker. They are not political drama. They are not theater. They are fact. And you can ask any physician in the province of Alberta about that. It was a wrong-headed strategy. It was a cheap tactic, one that this government could have chosen to abandon at any point during the pandemic. But instead, they chose to press on, they chose to continue to fight, they chose to continue to belittle and pressure physicians, and then force this minister to spend nearly 2 years cleaning up that mess. To get us back to where we are today, where we find ourselves in the midst of a healthcare crisis. And Madam Speaker, you know what some of the steps this minister is taking on primary care? I don't disagree. Sitting down at the table, having committees of actual frontline healthcare workers, actual family physicians to provide recommendations on making the system better, an excellent idea. It would have been an even better idea 3 years ago. It would have been an even better idea to have done that before they chose to tear up the agreement with physicians in order to force through changes. And you know what, Madam Speaker? Every one of those changes I noted, except for one, all of those things that they declared were absolutely essential, that they had to tear up that agreement. The new agreement with physicians walks back every single one, except they're still charging seniors for driver's medicals. Yeah. They're still happy to sort of force seniors to pay for that. Aside from that, the visit cap, gone. Virtual codes, addressed as of January of this year. Changes to complex care codes, well, those got killed fairly early on, because their own members rebelled so hard against their health care minister. There was nothing gained for 2 years of attacks on physicians, grinding family physicians down, forcing closures, stress and anxiety on them, their staff, their families, and not only family physicians, physicians of all types and stripes, Madam Speaker. Not a single thing gained for this government, not a dollar saved, not a single benefit for Albertans, didn't help them get any better care, nothing gained. So will I support Bill 4? Absolutely, I will support Bill 4 because this is the right thing to do. It would have been far better if the government had never done it in the first place. So I will support undoing what is frankly an embarrassing and ghastly mistake on the behalf of this government, one that has done incredible damage to our public health care system and to the ability of Albertans to access care. It is a black spot on the history of government relations with health care workers in this province. So I will absolutely support a bill undoing it, but I will not give this government any credit for doing so. I owe that much, I think, to all of the Albertans who have been impacted, and certainly to all of the many physicians I spoke with over the last 3 years who suffered, and I do mean that literally, suffered under this government, under the most difficult of circumstances, and people that we essentially need. We are absolutely essential to getting us out of the hole that we are now in with our healthcare system. So I certainly hope that all members, and I'm sure they will, are going to support Bill 4. And I certainly hope that this marks a shift in this government's approach. I don't trust that's necessarily the case, given a lot of what I've heard from this Premier about her thoughts on primary care. But we have an election next May. I'm sure this is not going to be far from the mind of an awful lot of Albertans, the legacy and behavior of this government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there others to join the debate on Bill 4 in second reading? The Honourable Minister of Health cannot speak again, or it will close the bill, and I'm sure the opposition will have something to say about that. So the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora has the call.
Madam Speaker, if he's so inclined and I'm so inclined, there could be an opportunity for a few one-minute interjections. So I will thank the House for giving us that opportunity through standing order changes that we collectively agreed on. I want to begin by addressing my remarks here in second reading of Bill 4, which is currently titled the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act 2022. Certainly, we've seen some colorful titles in the past for bills, and I would say that one that might be fitting for this could be a bill to try to undo some of the harm that we just caused not too long ago, to try to hope that people will forget that we really messed with healthcare during this term. Because we're, of course, in a period that governments and political observers refer to as the red zone, sort of that period in the runway up to the election. And we've seen evidence, significant evidence over the last 3.5 years that the current government, the UCP, is not trusted with public health care in the province of Alberta. And for good reason, Madam Speaker. We saw them exercise, maybe I'll start most recently and then work backwards. Most recently, Madam Speaker, we know that there is now the current Premier was elected by only about 1% of Albertans. 99% did not vote for this Premier to be in our current role. And in the 6 years leading up to that time, the Premier had a very public platform, both with the radio, wrote a lot online and participated in many blogs and other podcasts and such. And was very clear in a number of things. The biggest one is that she does not support public health care, does not support Medicare in its current form in the province of Alberta, has regularly made many comments, and just in the last few months, to be precise. It's not like we're talking about decades ago. Like, she was very public in having all these musings just over the last 6 years. And some of the things that she's talked about are creating a health spending account, which I have to say, the concept of a health spending account, I think most people would probably say is good. But the way she wants to get that money, she's talked about, is to take it out of the AHS allocation, the money that is given to operators of hospitals and long-term care centers, things that are covered under Medicare, to take the money out of those essential, urgent healthcare systems that we have for people in times of crisis or significant need, and then to create this account that then individual Albertans would need to use to pay for personal visits to go see primary care physicians, which of course wouldn't be sufficient. There are many years where many Albertans might not need to see a primary care physician more than once or twice in that year. And then there are other times in your life where you would need significantly more care. And that's one of the reasons why we as Canadians have pooled our resources and created Medicare in its current form to ensure that, it's not your fault when you have a health crisis. We've got each other's backs. We believe in the collective nature of helping your neighbors as Canadians and as Albertans, and that we will make sure that we have this social safety net of public health care, Medicare, to be there for Albertans in general. The current Premier definitely has had very different remarks on that regard, including significant remarks related to personal responsibility and as they relate to even to go as far as to criticize cancer patients for resulting at what I will paraphrase, but those who end up with stage 4 cancer could have done things in stage 1, 2, or 3 to prevent that, generally, was the statement. Pardon me?
This crosstalk is probably not helpful. The only one who has the floor right now, unless an interjection is accepted, is the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora. Please proceed.
Thanks. I'd say parliamentary language is not super helpful either. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will continue by saying that those remarks in blaming individuals for their health consequences definitely aren't helpful when it comes to those who are dealing with the very personal hurt that they felt. Many cancer patients who were at various stages in their cancer journeys feeling like they were being criticized for ending up in such a horrific state. And I know that there probably isn't a member in this House who hasn't either experienced cancer personally for themselves or somebody that they care deeply about. And I know that that's the case generally across Alberta. So it's very concerning when we see this is sort of the background narrative that's being at play in and around the current Premier. So this bill, as was stated, I appreciate that the Health Minister talked a great deal about the actual amending agreement, but this bill essentially is just to strike sections that the government chose to put in unilaterally without actually engaging any consultation or getting any support from the healthcare providers that we rely on to ensure that we all have one of the most prized Canadian services. When you interview people globally about the differences between Canada and the United States, one of the main things that we talk about as Canadians and that others know about us as Canadians is that we have universal public health care. A very different model than what many Conservative leaders and Conservative health ministers in this province have tried to push through at various times. And so what we had in 2020 was the current government under slightly different formation of the front bench, but not significantly different, to be very frank. I think many were surprised that when the current Premier took her role that there weren't more signals of change among the folks who were making leadership decisions. In fact, ministers in very key roles, education, health, justice, staying in exactly the same portfolios. I think many people who voted for change, the 1% who did actually vote for the Premier, were expecting far greater signals of change and reflection and that the government was going to set a different course. But nope, they haven't. What we do have is a bill, and I think most Albertans, if they heard the legislature's debating a health bill, would think, oh, thank goodness, we're going to be doing something about emerged wait times. We're going to do something about EMS. We're going to do something about women's health and the lack of reproductive support services throughout our province, including obstetrics and gynecology. I think those are the kinds of things that Albertans would be hoping that we're debating today, and I'd be happy to welcome the interjection.
Thank you, Member. As soon as you started to say that, her comment around the fact that this government really, I think what she was starting to say before I rudely interjected, that this government had an opportunity to really put forward some substantial legislation that could address, as she noted, the crisis in obstetrics. We heard from the member from Lethbridge West this morning just how bad it is. I've spoken about it multiple times. My colleague from Edmonton City Centre and I have sent out multiple letters to this health minister urging him to take action on the crisis in particular with women's and reproductive health. And so, we saw this as well. I'm getting deja vu from, for instance, I believe it was Bill 18, the Long-Term Care Act, which again, we thought, okay, you know what, this government is finally, taking steps to address the crisis in long-term care. No, it was just a few, if you'll recall that bill, it was a few administrative sort of changes and very little substance. So I'm hopeful, like the member mentioned earlier, that the minister will speak up as well about some of these issues.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was one of the most polite interjections. I know that the member framed it by saying it was rude, but it is the rules that we have, and I appreciate the opportunity to elaborate slightly on this. Because yesterday we had an opportunity to consider health legislation that could have probably even been considered as a replacement bill for the health bill we're considering here today, the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act 2020. But that bill was brought forward as a private member's bill, and it would have addressed a number of areas, including primary care, EMS, surgeries, reliable, timely access. These are the things that most Albertans are talking to us about when they say healthcare is one of their number one issues. And I'm sure they're talking to members on the other side of the House as well. We know that reliably, poll after poll after poll, when people are asked to rank the number one issue that they have in the top three is healthcare. It's usually number one or number two, and it has been under the UCP leadership and simultaneously as we are continuing to live through the impacts of COVID-19, now also RSV and influenza. I was relieved today when in question period the Minister of Health did talk about the benefits of getting a flu vaccine. I've had mine. I imagine he's had his, and I hope many others of this House have as well. But our numbers for immunization for influenza this year in the province of Alberta are not anywhere near where we need them to be. And consequential to that are the impacts on our healthcare system and on individual families. I know I've been watching reports of children in other parts of the country, even some so horrific as a child dying in British Columbia of influenza not that long ago. I think it might have even been the second child in this flu season. I don't want us to have to deal with those types of consequences here, and I think that we could be doing far more to speak to the benefits of using evidence-based, science-driven medical decision-making, including promoting through public awareness campaigns the benefits of getting a flu vaccine. I was relieved pleasantly on the first day of the fall sitting, or maybe it was even the throne speech day, a push notification came through to my phone because I've signed up for a bunch of health notifications to say on behalf of the government of Alberta, we're encouraging everyone to get the flu vaccine. It's safe, it's scientific. We haven't heard, I'm grateful that we've heard it from the health minister. I'm grateful that I got a notification from the CPE informing me of that. I wish we would see that same kind of leadership from the chief politician, currently the premier for the province of Alberta. I think it would go a long way to increasing awareness and reducing some of the most severe outcomes that we're seeing as they relate to children's health. But what we've seen instead is silence on these issues. And I also want to be very clear that when I was a health minister, I know some will try to fearmonger. When I was a health minister, we made it really clear that we weren't going to require mandatory vaccines for children to attend school. We were going to share information, and I imagine it's been used significantly, that when there is an outbreak at the school, that the school's list of who's enrolled in that school gets shared with public health, so public health can reach out to families and work to protect children, to either do public awareness around ways that they can protect themselves and protect others and their families, pull children when it's required to do so because they don't have the full immunization to be able to keep themselves in a congregated site safely. And at that time it was driven by the fact that there were some measles outbreaks in some pockets within Alberta. And we know that MMR vaccines and education around them in the province of Alberta has not been as effective as we would like to see in terms of the collective benefits. I do have to say that undoing some of the harm that was done not that long ago by the same government that's still in place, I guess that's better than some health bills that we've seen them bring forward to this place before. But this simply is an act to undo some of the harm that they just caused 2 years ago. That is what the title should probably be. Maybe we can work on an amendment to that regard, to my whip. But it definitely isn't something that is going to resolve the issues that we're facing currently in primary care with EMS, with surgeries, with timely access. These are areas that the government should be focused on, that we as members of this assembly, I would hope, are focused on. And instead, what we are doing is considering repealing some of the harm that the government just imposed. It definitely is not a step backwards, and therefore I'm inclined to support it. If there's things that I don't think are harmful, typically I want to be a team player and get on side and try to speak and vote and support. But this certainly isn't, a flagship piece of legislation. Under, a new premier, the fourth priority you would think would be something that would address the significant issues that Albertans are saying they're facing. And certainly healthcare is one, but again, this bill does nothing to actually address the root issues. I see another interjection from my colleague, and I welcome it.
Yeah, and this is exactly it. And again, I'm hopeful, always the optimist, that the health minister will weigh in a bit more. I know he's introduced the bill, but he certainly has an opportunity to intervene. I just, even just right now, just seeing my inbox of the absolutely heartbreaking stories from healthcare workers and, from what they're going through, from, hearing from an ER nurse who's just talking about what absolute chaos it is in the pediatrics and the PEDS unit. And, I would love, and perhaps even the Premier will speak to some of the priorities, because I know she talked about the importance of children's health this morning, yet we're not seeing it in the legislation that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of, like I said, administrative pieces. And
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And what this morning's announcement did highlight, though, is the fact that, and we saw that earlier in the pandemic as well, when we have one collective purchasing power, when we have one health authority that is the largest health authority of any jurisdiction anywhere in Canada, we have more significant purchasing power. So I want to recognize that the Premier did acknowledge today that AHS procurement team led the charge to make sure that we could acquire some additional capacity in terms of medications that are desperately needed right now. So hats off to that procurement team for HS, which has been recognized as being a global leader over and over and over again. They did it earlier in the pandemic when it came to acquiring masks and other PPE to support healthcare workers and other citizens. I know that we were in a position, because again we had that large collective purchasing power, to be able to support even other provinces. And I see a third interjection and welcome it.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm just wondering, of course, we know the member for Edmonton-Glenora previously served as the Minister for Health, and she was just noting the excellent work that's been done by AHS on this procurement, and certainly was done in many respects during the pandemic. But we know that certainly AHS has been significantly attacked by this Premier, has talked down about many of the folks that do the very work that allowed her to make that announcement today. Much in the same way as we saw this government talk down physicians and others. And I was just wondering, for this member, as she has served as Minister of Health, what is her reflection on how the behavior of government can affect the morale and the ability of these folks to be able to do this important work on our behalf?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague, the critic for health for the official opposition for the NDP caucus and the MLA for Edmonton City Centre. I do want to speak a little bit to the morale piece, because I know that even though the minister is still the same and the CEO is still the same, under the Premier's leadership, the big revolutionary thing right out the gate that she initiated as it relates to services of healthcare was to fire the Chief Medical Officer of Health and subsequently or simultaneously fire the board for AHS. And it's not often that, I'll stand in this place and say, those really amazing, super conservative people on that board deserve to be there. But what I am going to say is that by firing a board, and I believe that when we have many minds working together, we can make better collective decisions than when we try to put one person in charge of something. And this certainly does relate to the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act, because those insured services that are operating within AHS, the vast majority of billing would be direct to Alberta Health. Those services within AHS to say, okay, we're going to get rid of a board of 11 people working collectively, and we're going to replace them with one person who thinks that he knows best, or that the Premier thinks that that one person knows best. We saw what happened when the most recent Premier decided to do that with Chris Champion when it came to curriculum. We have had a hugely discredited curriculum that clearly was driven ideologically, especially as it relates to the social studies area, driven by one person who thought that he knew best. That there was going to be, this downloading of European and American knowledge that wasn't evidence-based, that wasn't collaborative, that didn't engage with teachers, and we were going to bring in an expert, somebody who thought he was an expert, that the Premier thought was an expert, to make these decisions that would impact everybody. And they certainly have impacted everybody. And we're seeing that again now with healthcare. We've decided that instead of having a collective team of people who are, even for example, trained in public health, there to give advice, and certainly we can ask many questions about the advice and if it was proper, but to instead say we're going to bring in a volunteer. And I've worked with Dr. Jaffe. I think Dr. Jaffe brings a lot to the table. He's not an expert in public health. That's not his area of specialization. It would be like putting somebody in charge of cardiac care who was an oncologist, and asking them to volunteer and do it off the side of their desk when they already have more than a full-time job to keep them busy. I will tell you, Dr. Jaffe's current job is more than a full-time job. And there used to be three, a chief medical officer of health and 2 deputies that collectively would advise public health matters. And as we understand, those positions are not filled. There is a volunteer assignment given to Dr. Jaffe. I hope that the minister will make those public health officials available, if there are any, working in that area. But it is so important, and not just because of COVID-19, not just because of RSV, not just because of influenza, but because other disasters happen that require public health expertise as well. Like the Fort McMurray wildfires, public health played a key role in ensuring the evacuation happened, but also the safe return, because many of the chemicals that were used to hamper the fire, to put the fire out, could have had negative health consequences if people went back before that was remediated. So public health had to be advising government about re-entry plans to ensure that the residents of Fort McMurray didn't get other negative health consequences, including various types of cancer.
There are others to join in on the debate. The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 4, Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act. Thinking about going back to 2019 when we were debating this bill, this omnibus bill, actually, I think it's really important at the time to think about all of the things that were thrown into this bill. There were all kinds of things that were jammed into this bill not long after the election of the UCP, the formed government. And I can remember at the time, we spent a lot of time talking about this piece of legislation, Bill 21 at the time, and trying our best to warn the government of the day what some of their decisions would do. I can remember many of my colleagues talking about the dangers that lay ahead, and none of us could predict that we would have experienced the kind of pandemic that we did. We just knew that this is not how you treat a group of people, particularly physicians. This is just not how you move forward in a positive, collaborative way for such an important group of people that provide such an important service. Now, I also want to add, this was the same piece of legislation that de-indexed benefits for seniors, for low-income Albertans, and for disabled Albertans. And again, at the same time, it was jammed into this omnibus bill, and we tried our best to warn of the danger that would come or the harm that would be caused. Once again, just the arrogance from the government at the time, saying, no, we know best, it'll be fine, they're not going to have a problem with it, everything's cool, it's the most generous in the country, which it is not. And so, it's really sad that this much time has elapsed, and here we are debating a piece of legislation. I imagine this will not be the first one that will change the disastrous work that this government has done over the last few years. Oh, go ahead.
Well, thank you to the member from St. Albert. And, you just started to talk a little bit about, sort of our perspective, and we've talked a lot about what we've heard from our constituents when it comes to protecting public health. And, I know that you knock on a lot of doors in your riding. You do a lot of door knocking in Morinville, St. Albert, and I appreciate that. I'm curious, are you hearing healthcare as one of the top concerns at the doors? And if so, is it healthcare workers? Is it the general degradation of the healthcare system? I'll be honest, I've too knocked on many doors, and the issues I hear about the healthcare system are many, but I'm not hearing much about what Bill 4 addresses, which is a concern to me when, again, this government had an incredible opportunity to do a whole lot more.
Thank you for that. Yes, we do knock on a lot of doors, and, we run into a lot of healthcare workers in St. Albert. I'm thinking, recently it's been fairly cold. The weather hasn't been lovely. And so the lovely constituents of St. Albert will regularly invite us in if we're really shivering quite a bit. And then we often will have time for a deeper conversation. And sort of, I would say the theme, primarily nurses that I've had a chance to communicate with, but I think about the one physician that I did speak to, what sticks in my mind, and this goes back, a few weeks, some a few months, the biggest thing that I heard from the constituents in St. Albert was just the lack of trust. That certainly they felt that that there has been enough pushback on a few issues, whether it's from the physicians themselves, from their patients, just from Albertans in general. That the UCP has backtracked a little bit on a few things throughout COVID, and now obviously as we get closer to an election, they're trying to clean up a few messes. Oh, go ahead.
Member for accepting the interjection. I know that many healthcare workers live in St. Albert. I've had the opportunity to visit with many of them, and many of them work in St. Albert, but also many work in Edmonton facilities or offices, and access to an actual family physician or primary care provider. We used to say that, and it used to be true, that we had way more primary care physicians per capita than any other province in the country, but I fear that we've fallen significantly off that track, and also in the larger urban centers. It was Edmonton and Calgary that there were the most, but now we know that regularly people contact our offices saying that they can't get a primary care provider, even in Edmonton and Calgary. So I'm wondering if the member from St. Albert can maybe talk about that and what this bill could have done instead to help address some of the crisis and the priority that could be placed on ensuring that people have access to primary care.
Okay, well, thank you. So just like the member just said, our office gets calls, actually primarily emails about this, but we get email talking about, I can't find a doctor, whether it's my doctor has retired, my doctor has left, people just can't find another physician. So I have heard of some residents of St. Albert, have had to go, sadly, and because it's going to cause problems in other communities, but they have said, I've found somebody that is accepting patients in Spruce Grove or Sherwood Park or another smaller community that they've managed to find someone, which is terrific for them. I'm happy that they've been able to find a physician that can take them, but they're adding pressure to those communities, and I know those communities are struggling as well. So we have to address the problem, and sadly I've heard this government say a number of times that doctors aren't leaving. It's not a problem. It's not a crisis. Well, it is. We know it is. And I just had a quick look to remind myself because I wasn't sure of the numbers, but it was reported March 24th, 2022, CTV reported, and I'm sure this is coming from a report, but this is just the first news article that I found, that the number of doctors who left Alberta last year was almost equal to the number who left in the prior 2 years. Now that's reporting from 2022, the 2 years combined. So, and this is according to the college. So we had 140 physicians leave in 2021. Sure.
Okay. Thank you very much to the honourable member for allowing me to intervene. I just wanted to, well, first of all, I just wanted to comment thank you for supporting the bill to the members of the official opposition. That's greatly appreciated. Hopefully we can move it forward quickly. I did want to comment because the honourable member from St. Albert was making a comment about the loss of doctors. And quite frankly, Madam Chair, that isn't the case. We have more doctors than ever before in the province. There always is churn. I appreciate doctors leave and doctors come. But as of, if we compare this year, September 30th to last year, we have 176 more doctors in the province. We have 11,346 doctors registered, the most ever. And Madam Speaker, I just would provide a comment. While I appreciate the official opposition supporting this, and I thank them the bill. I thank them for that. I don't necessarily agree with their characterization of the statements that they're making that strains faced by the system is due to government policy. The reality is it's due to COVID, and we are moving forward to address it. And I'll speak more.
Mm-hmm. It was very timely that I said government continues to say doctors aren't leaving is not a problem. And the health minister stood up and sort of said that very same thing. So when we know cities like Lethbridge, we know there's a crisis. We know there's a problem. We hear it. It's anecdotal for sure. We hear it from all of our constituencies that people cannot find physicians. We know there are problems. We know emergency departments are closing. We know people can't have their babies in their communities. There is a problem. There is a large problem. Doctors have left. Physicians have left. And what I hear from health providers, the ones that I speak to in my constituency, what they very, very clearly say is not only was it the master agreement and all of those things and potential changes that were proposed at the time. It's not just that. It seems to be the lingering problem that I still hear about is trust, that there is zero trust in this government. You can shift, chairs on the Titanic kind of thing. You can shift ministers, you can shift deputy ministers, you can shift all kinds of people and make all of those changes. You can fire boards, you can do whatever you like. The fact remains is that, Albertans don't have faith. So they watched this government do all kinds of things through COVID. And I actually went through, like my colleague from Edmonton City Centre did, he sort of gave you a bit of a timeline of the activities that happened. And, it's been a wild sort of few years with COVID. There's been so much happening that I went back to remind myself what this timeline was like. Madam Chair, can I give you a time check?
You have 11 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And so I used actually a really terrific article. It was really concise, and I remember reading it at the time. I thought it was quite good, and it's from September of 2020. And oh no, sorry, I got that date wrong. I'm going to have to go back and correct that. And they gave us a bit of a timeline about what happened. So it's a bit of a stroll down memory lane. So they talked a little bit about, and I love the way this article set up what was coming in that omnibus bill and what was coming in the changes that we saw. So we know that early in September there was the McKinnon report. So we all said at the time, the UCP is going to use this report as cover. They're going to do all kinds of things from looking at physicians' pay to nurse duties and roles. And the entire system needed to be overhauled according to this report and according to the UCP government members that stood up and defended that. And clearly what that told us at that time, that they were on a path. They had a path. They had a goal. They were not going to reverse that goal. And then we saw them continue to do that. We then saw that Ernst & Young release their report in February. They went a little further, talked about 70 ways to save $2 billion. You look at that report and you can literally see some of the decisions and some of the damage that was done as a result. So we know that tensions came to a head in February 2020. That was a really bad time for the then health minister when he announced, that was the time he announced that he was ripping up the contract with doctors. You can remember, I think my colleague from Edmonton Centre talked about the minister sort of yelling at another physician, which was horrible. I think we've talked about that enough. But still, the government members, I can recall at the time, nobody was sort of giving an inch. They were still saying, no, we're right, we have to do this, we're on the right path, blah, 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 McKinnon panel, blah, 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 Ernst & Young. When people were saying, we have a blossoming problem, there is a problem, there is this pandemic that none of us really understood the parameters of. I don't know still that we understand a lot of what happened because we haven't had a chance to even go back and really examine what was happening and what we did as a result. And then the pandemic hit full force. So we had Some of the proposed changes to the physicians' contracts, I want to touch on the one thing, and that was with the extra long visits. And I know my colleague touched on that earlier. And this was what I heard from physicians at that time, and they were saying that this is going to really cause problems for people that are complex. So as you can imagine, Madam Speaker, there are a number of people in this province that have complex health issues, health concerns, not to mention coupled with disabilities or mental illnesses or whatever the case may be. But it is only because that they have found physicians that can actually work with them and support them. They should be paid appropriately for it. And this change was going to change that. And we heard that directly from physicians. This isn't something that we made up. This was actually from physicians. And so once again, we could see that the path was outlined by the McKinnon report, the Ernst & Young report, and yet we had this pandemic coming, that all of these unknown variables that none of us could know at the time, and still this government was focused on doing things that I have to think that they inherently knew were going to disrupt a healthcare system at a time where there were a lot of unknowns coming at us. And so that makes me think, for an elected group of people to think that that was a good decision is still, years later, is an absolute head scratcher to me. I don't get it. I do not get it why they would gamble with the health care system, the wellness of Albertans at a time that there were so many unknowns here at home in Alberta, in Canada, and around the world. Yeah. April 9th, let's not forget this. The AMA sued the province over changes to the way that doctors could bill for service. Now that's pretty serious when you have the AMA suing the government. I would hope that the government of the day has a healthy enough relationship with the AMA that is such a vital organization that they would have a good enough relationship that it wouldn't come to this place, particularly when we're struggling with an unprecedented challenge in terms of a pandemic. But no, a little later in that very same month, on April 24th, we had the health minister announce that rural doctors would be exempt from overhead billing, so for changes when seeing patients outside the clinic. Now, I don't know a lot of rural healthcare providers, actually, because I don't live in rural Alberta. I have met one. But what we heard at the time, we relied on social media, sadly, to hear what people were saying. And I think that rural doctors, rural physicians were very clear about what this was going to do to them. And they very clearly said, we are going to shut down our clinic. And I believe some did. And some physicians said, we are going to leave this province. And they proceeded to leave. And still, this government still was on this path that had been identified in 2019, knowing what was happening. They could see all around them what was happening, and still they focused on this path. I would say, there were a lot of people speculating, is this the ultimate goal, Madam Speaker, is just to crash this healthcare system so that the solution is, let's privatize? Because privatizing is always the answer. Well, we know that's incorrect. I mean, let's just look at long-term care. But that is not the answer. So this is just a government that has continuously just surprised me to an extent that it's almost hard to describe, that all of these horrible things were happening in our province, all of these professionals that work in healthcare, that are the front lines, that knew exactly what was going to happen, were predicting disaster. And what we did see was disaster. What we continue to see is disaster. And let's remember, at the time that all of this was going on, what was happening here in Alberta, we were already approaching 100 deaths. Yeah. So we already knew that it was a problem. We already knew. We saw it. Our hospitals were starting to fill. We were starting to understand the different pressures on people. And still, this government continued. July 10th, AMA released a survey that found 40% of all physicians were eyeing a move. So they were either thinking about moving or planning on moving. And sadly, many did leave. And they didn't, I'm sure some left for completely innocent reasons that were personal, that were not related to this government's mismanagement. But many left because there was no trust. And they felt that, there was no point in staying if they were working in a province where they could not be respected by the government of the day. They were not being respected. And they just moved elsewhere. And they had that ability. And who suffers? It was Albertans. A little later, that very same month, July 29th, they released a referendum of physicians, residents, and medical students. They were asked a question. I don't know the exact phrasing of the question, but the question was something along the lines of, how much faith or trust do you have in the health minister? And I think we all remember that number, very close to what the ATA had for the education minister in terms of trust, and that was about 98%. Said they had no faith, no trust. Now, I'm not saying that the current health minister is in the same league as the last one at all, because I think he's actually quite reasonable and quite lovely to speak to. And, I hope that he's hearing some of the concerns, that we're really not just standing up here to hear ourselves speak, that we actually are trying to relay. This is what I hear from people. This is the kind of email that I get. These are the phone calls that I get. When I door knock, that's what I hear. These are the problems. And we've been hearing this for years. I mean, this isn't new. This isn't new at all. So, I don't think any government ever gets it right. I think that really good leadership requires people to listen and do the awkward things sometimes, and to admit mistakes. You know what? We made a mistake. Kind of screwed up. And so we're going to fix it. And here's how we're going to fix it. Instead of just defending a bad bill or defending a bad decision. And I think, I don't think anyone in here is particularly more guilty than others. I think we all in our lives can do better. But the sad reality is that the decisions that we make in this place, the decisions that this government makes in this place, let me be clear about that. The decisions that they make, the bills they pass, the regulations that they make, impact people's lives directly, and we've seen that. We see it in the state of our healthcare system right now. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. When you have paramedics and firefighters, even the firefighters from St. Albert, telling me about different instances when they've had to respond. One example they gave me this morning, they responded to a young boy that was drowning. He was drowning. They intubated him. They did all of the things that, responders, EMS responders would do. Their advanced life support, they're an integrated service, so they can do that. They have that equipment on their truck. But they did that. They had the patient stabilized for, it was maybe an hour, 45 minutes, and then the ambulance showed up. That's not normal. That's dangerous. And more people are going to lose their lives as a result. Doing healthcare in a parking lot or in a bay is not okay. Women not being able to give birth in their communities and having to drive long distances, that's not okay. The extraordinary wait times, I understand that there's pressure right now with influenza and on all of the things that we're dealing with. But we had a weakened system after years and years of really awful decisions and years of a government literally with earplugs in their ears, not hearing from their own constituents. I'm quite sure that they heard the same thing that we did. And so here we are in 2022, in December of 2022, and the government is undoing another mess that they created in 2019 with that piece of legislation, Bill 21, that did so much damage in so many areas. This is just one from this giant bill that was just like slash and burn.
Any other members wishing to join the debate on Bill 4 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleased to rise this afternoon on Bill 4 to bring some comments forward from my end of the world in Edmonton McClung and speak about some thoughts that I have with regard to the Bill 4, which is an attempt to undo much of the harm or some of the harm that was done when the government decided to pass the Omnibus Bill 21 that some of my colleagues have alluded to. And, of course, what I sense when I'm talking to constituents and seeing media reports and looking at social media as well is that the population has really lost trust. And the government was told that this would happen before they implemented the Omnibus Bill, which brought forward the ability for the government to tear up the contract, the master agreement with doctors, between doctors and governments. And they failed to heed that warning and went ahead and did tear up that contract. And that warning is something that is very unfortunate that the government never did heed, because the damage that was caused is long-term, Madam Speaker. It's intergenerational, in my view. to have all of the doctors, 11,000 doctors in this province, go through a process where the government actually just unilaterally tore up their contract is a shocking thing in a democracy to witness. And I can't imagine this healing anytime soon. The government has reached an agreement with doctors, a master agreement, ultimately under the leadership of a new minister who managed to bring some semblance of respect back to that relationship. But the harm's been done, Madam Speaker, by the Omnibus Bill 21 that included a clause that to tear up the contract with the doctors. And it was a little bit surprising to hear that the justification for this tearing up the contract was that, or for bringing forward Bill 4, now I should say, is that it was no longer required given the terms of the agreement with the AMA that has now been reached. And as my colleague from Edmonton City Centre has so eloquently posited earlier today, in my view as well, it was never required, never mind no longer required. And my constituents and Albertans wonder aloud to themselves when I talk to them at the door as to why, indeed, the government chose to go forward with it. My colleague from Edmonton City Centre wishes to intervene. Mr. Speaker, I'll accept an intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the thoughts the member was sharing about the process of negotiation involving. Of course, I'd note that the member for Edmonton McClung spent many years working as a realtor. And of course, that is a job where you have to know how to negotiate a deal. So I was wondering, from his experience, working as a realtor, helping so many different people to achieve their goals, and of course negotiating things like pricing on houses, what thoughts he has on the process and the approach that the government brought to the table in trying to negotiate a fair agreement with doctors.
Well, thank you very much, Member. It's actually very interesting that you would bring up the word negotiating, because it's in page 3 of my notes that I made to myself. And when the note attached to that is that this government is not very good at negotiating. And unfortunately, they unfortunately have a lack of institutional knowledge that was passed down from one premier to the next. And that decision to go ahead and seek control rather than negotiate is seemingly a lesson unlearned from one premier to another. And I'm unfortunately seeing the new premier deciding that negotiations are not her primary mode of achieving agreement, and that she's looking at imposing things. And the Bill 1 that we have before us still in the House is another example of that, where we're looking at the House being circumvented, never mind a government contract. I'll have another intervention. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. My friend from Edmonton McClung has spent some time, not only before becoming an elected official, but of course during his time, talking to the constituents of Edmonton McClung, getting their feedback. And I'm just kind of curious, thinking back to when the contract was first torn up, during your years knocking on doors, talking with constituents, hearing their feedback, what they would like to see before you were an elected official, what kind of changes were they hoping for? Did tearing up the doctor's contract even make it onto the list? Because I know in my time door knocking from 2013 in Edmonton Decor, I certainly didn't hear, gosh, I wish a health minister would go in there, tear up that contract, and create all kinds of chaos. So I'm just wondering if maybe perhaps you might have heard those kinds of things. I didn't hear them in Decor. Maybe it's just simply my riding that had that lack of enthusiasm.
Thank you to the member for Edmonton Decor for that question and insight about the activity of his constituents and his riding. And I can certainly attest that in Edmonton McClung, there was no hue and cry for the then Minister of Health to tear up the doctor's contract. And I think most Albertans right across the province were pretty shocked, because that's not the way we've had our previous governments operate. In fact, there's been a history of respect between governments and our professional bodies, including the Medical Association, over time. And to see the contract torn up was a pretty big shock. And now, of course, with Bill 4, the attempt to plug that hole, that breach in the trust of and respect between the AMA and the provincial government is just simply trying to undo some harm that they did. And it's while certainly I'm going to support the bill that undoes the ability of the provincial government to tear up a contract, the fact remains that the trust has been broken. And the Medical Association and Albertans as well know now that at the stroke of a pen, at the decision of a government, they may revisit this once again and see that they take unto themselves the same power once again. So the institutional damage we've done, Mr. Speaker, is something that we'll be recording for decades to come, and it will always be referencing back to this Omnibus Bill 21 that is now trying to be repaired by the Bill 4 that's before us. It will be a hallmark of failure by a government that saw fit to tear up a legitimate bona fide contract and direct to doctors that they would control what they were paid unilaterally. And I think it's fair to say that the Medical Association and other professional bodies will always have it in the back of their minds historically, whether or not a future Conservative government will do this once again. It poisons the atmosphere, Mr. Speaker. It is not helpful. I know that in my past career, as other members have alluded to, negotiations that I've been through House transactions, probably at my count about 800 of them, were not always easy. They were difficult in many cases, and they took quite a bit of time, sometimes over the course of a number of days. But certainly, I never had the option to stand up and impose a contract upon one party or the other, Mr. Speaker. That was something that needed to be done between the parties and negotiate a settlement between the two. So thankfully with this Bill 4, we'll be back to that. But indeed, the tenets of conservatism, as far as I have studied them, would say that laissez-faire would be the rule of the day. Let things be, but rather than taking control unto oneself. And it did shock a lot of Albertans that the original Bill 21 measure to tear up the contract was something that would even be contemplated by a provincial government here in Alberta. And people in my constituency really couldn't believe what they were hearing. And it's something that I'm sure they'll be glad to see disappearing, but we'll always be fearful that it could potentially be returning once again. And I know that the 11,000 physicians in the province are definitely fearful that it might be something that has happened. Now, I know that the provincial response to the pandemic over time is something that the province has been very critical of. And I know that today, I think the Premier said in response to questions about the desperate pleas for meaningful, comprehensive leadership in terms of caring for children and respite care which is no longer there, her response was that Tylenol was on the way, that we have a sufficient amount of Tylenol coming to hopefully prevent this disease. But indeed, that's not what the question was all about. It was asking about care for children, pediatric care for children, and the desperate situation that children are in and their families with respite care. See the member for Edmonton City Centre rising to intervene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member was just speaking about the Premier's essential dodging of a question today about preventative measures to keep children from getting sick, as opposed to just sort of chasing the problem after the fact with medication. And of course, the effects that's having on the access of care for children at the Stollery here in Edmonton, the Alberta Children's Hospital in Calgary. And it does strike me that that says a lot about what the UCP's approach has been with physicians, indeed, that where they could have acted in a way that might have been preventative of a lot of issues, they instead chose to barrel ahead and go with what they tried to do in terms of a cosmetic public approach, while in fact making the problem so much worse. I was just wondering what the members' thoughts on that might be.
Well, thank you, Member for Edmonton City Centre, for that intervention, and it brings to mind the recent conversations I've had with doctors in the local hospital in my riding, the Misericordia, and I won't identify them, but the crux of the conversations that I've had with them is that the local hospitals are beyond a breaking point. I asked the question, what would be the straw that broke the camel's back, and the response was that it's already happened. We're beyond crisis point. We are having situations at the Misericordia Hospital, and I'm sure others, where people are not receiving the care they need in critical situations, and there are deaths, premature deaths that are recurring as a result of the situations that we're in. And, pediatric care was a question of the day today that the Premier had broached to her, and the response was that Tylenol was on the way. Respite care for parents of severely ill children has been taken away so that those physicians and nursing staff can go and help people in children's pediatric care. And once again, the Premier avoided the question and said Tylenol was on the way. That's not what the public is wanting to hear, Madam Speaker. They know that there's a lot of room for this government to make up in terms of trust as a result of such things as the Bill 21 decision to tear up doctors' contracts, and the Bill 4 before us today to try to rectify that by removing the ability to do that is something that is a step in the right direction, but certainly the Premier's responses today suggest to avoid dealing directly with the questions of critical care for children in our hospitals, which are overflowing into trailer waiting rooms, is not the type of response that we wanted to hear as Albertans, and it does nothing to build or rebuild the trust that has been really, really broken badly by the UCP government over the last 3 years, and continues to be broken even further by the types of response we keep getting from the Premier regarding the leadership that we expect to see to help address some of the acute problems in our healthcare system and our hospitals, and with the respiratory disease crisis that we've got going on. Now, we end up as the situation here where, first of all, the government in Bill 21 tearing up the doctor's contract created all kinds of chaos and acrimony that was not necessary, and people asking why are they doing it. And now here we are in the legislature today removing that piece of legislation that gave the ability to tear up a doctor's contract, and instead of focusing on the extreme issues of the day that are children's health care in particular, and the respiratory diseases that are causing our hospitals to be overflowing the emergency wards. And the response we're getting is an indirect one from the Premier of this province. We're not getting real action plans that are being looked forward to by Albertans, because when we see children dying of the flu or other respiratory diseases, that affects everybody pretty deeply. And we expect respectful leadership from the province, and that's not the tone that was set in 2019 with the Omnibus Bill 21, that brought in the ability to ride roughshod over doctors' rights to expect that a contract would be a contract and wouldn't be torn up. But that, indeed, of course, is what happened. And over the long term, Mr. Speaker, I think that we're going to find that Albertans are going to be deciding that trust is only going to be doled out in small doses to future Alberta governments, and that's a damage to our democracy. And Unfortunately, the threat to democracy is a many-pronged spear in the hands of this government, and it's not only the threat to the bona fide nature of contracts, but also to the institutions of government that the current rendition of the government doesn't seem to hold in high regard. When you see a premier and a government focus entirely on things that are ideologically driven to control their agenda and to force upon, in particular this case, doctors to accept a contract without engaging in respectful negotiations is something that I don't think will be ever 100% forgiven in this province, and it shouldn't be. The issues that the Albertans are wanting to have our government focus on are something that we are entirely focused on, is the healthcare crisis, and we've come up with a plan for that ourselves. And the cost of living is something that the province is struggling with. My constituents will remind me of that every door I knock on. And the ability of Albertans to have faith in their government, whether it's a decision to decide to go to university here, to start a business here, to engage in a nonprofit organization, all of these decisions are going to be based upon an underlying feeling about how they are able to interact with their government. And there's a wound, a scab, that has been placed forever on the relationship between the government of Alberta and its citizens by such legislation as the Bill 21, which is now 3 years later being reversed, but will forever be remembered by the people of this province.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was pausing there slightly because, it's intriguing to me that on a government bill that, undoubtedly their members support, they wouldn't be rising to speak to it other than the illustrious health minister, who I appreciate him weighing in and listening and interjecting. I really do appreciate that. But I am slightly confused because I think most of us, perhaps all of us, would agree that healthcare is absolutely a priority for our constituents. And I can say that not just from my experience in Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood, which of course I've spent many, many hours, particularly in the summer, knocking on doors, and since then I've been spending many, many hours in other ridings to support some of my MLA colleagues and some of our new candidates, including Edmonton Southwest, which has been fantastic, knocking on doors there multiple times, and a lot of healthcare workers there, a lot of teachers, lawyers, lots of working professionals, and I can tell you, was just knocking on doors there on Saturday. It was cold, but the reception was warm, and healthcare definitely came up a lot of the doors. And as I've said in this chamber before, I'll often start my conversation with folks just, saying, we're out canvassing and just curious what your top issues are, and healthcare almost always rises to the top. And not just here in Edmonton. I talked about Edmonton Southwest, but Medicine Hat is a great example. Talking to the member from Cypress Medicine Hat earlier about my experiences door knocking there. We like to shoot the breeze in the back. And just said, it was really, really fascinating. Just, as many of you may know, our NDP candidate actually won in Medicine Hat proper, and I was really blown away by the conversations I had. I canvassed 5 times there in Medicine Hat, so I have a bit of a perspective on what the folks there were saying, and certainly there was concern about Bill 1 and the Sovereignty Act, education, but healthcare was right up there, and of course our premier was running there at the time, and so a lot of concerns about the direction that healthcare might be taken under this premier, and should she have won the seat. And of course she did win the seat, and so I would say to those voters that I met in Medicine Hat that their fears may have come true, because as I noted earlier when I intervened, what an opportunity for this government and this health minister to really take a lead on responding to their constituents and hearing their concerns about healthcare issues that I'll get into here in a moment. But whether it's the crisis in children's healthcare, or I will first accept an intervention from my colleague from McClung.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to commend the honourable member from Highlands Norwood for her incredible work on the ground in her riding. Anywhere you go with her in the riding, to any event, or even just on the streets meeting folks, she's known by name. And that's not just by the business owners or school children, that's by people who are actually on the streets. And what I wanted to ask about was those individuals who are most clearly affected by healthcare vulnerability. And if indeed you found that there was a difficulty in maintaining the doctors who are required to treat those individuals who really don't have a family doctor, like I'm talking about at the Boyle Street Community Centre and others, if indeed they've experienced a really difficult time maintaining staff and doctors at those centres to treat those most vulnerable people, particularly because there's a huge outbreak of a very viral disease right now on top of the pandemic.
See, this is the beauty of interventions. You can kind of have your speech sort of mapped out, as I do here very nicely. But sorry, is that a prop? I've never actually, it's not a prop, I'm just telling you. I have a little bit of a plan here, but the member, he wouldn't have known my plan. I only knew my plan about 2 minutes ago. So he wouldn't have known my plan, but one of my plans was to actually talk just about that, the impact of the crisis in healthcare on some of my most marginalized constituents. So thank you for that. And that would be unhoused folks who I represent. And I I don't want to say I have the honor, because I'll preface this, but I do represent many unhoused folks, perhaps the most in the province. And that's not an enviable honor, that's for sure. And part of that is, for folks who know my riding, is we do have a concentration of social services, including, the Bissell Centre and Hope Mission and Operation Friendship Senior Society and Boyle Macaulay Health Centre, now known as Radius Health, and many, many more. I know I should never start naming, because then I will miss folks. And they're all, for any of them watching at home, they are all doing incredible work. And in fact, this is my first time debating fully in the House other than intervening, and you'll all recall that I always love to give a shout out to folks on the front lines, whether they're in healthcare or retail or you name it. And I can tell you that member that he's exactly right. It's unhoused folks in particular are sort of being bombarded from multiple angles right now, and if you are unhoused, you're dealing with a lot of healthcare issues to begin with. And as that member noted, right now in the inner city, which myself and my colleague from City Centre represent, the Shigella outbreak has. It's just we don't even know the half of it. And I know the minister is aware of this crisis as well. And I'm certainly no expert, but we know that. One of the main reasons why Shigella, why its presence increases and why it spreads is because of lack of access to sanitation, lack of access to water and clean water, and of course, most predominantly, lack of access to housing, right? And you know, so they've got this public health crisis on top of the fact that we are still in the midst of a pandemic. Let us not forget that. But it's also currently, according to my computer, minus 26, and that's that doesn't tell me the wind chill, and I'm sure it's worse. And I can tell you, last night coming home from the legislature and then a few events in the evening, my typical route is down 96th Street, and I choose that route specifically because that's where Bissell Centre and that's where a lot of the tents are, a lot of the encampments are. And sure enough, last night at, probably around 8 o'clock, would have been, I think, minus 40 or something like that. Folks milling about, sleeping outside in this. And that's, like, I thought about that this morning too, because I think it was minus 40 or something this morning as well, as I'm driving to the legislature. I'm always cold, I'll preface that, but I'm always cold, but I was frozen in my car, like I was shivering in my car and thinking about, holy crow, how is it that people are living in these conditions right now? And they are, and I would encourage any of you to, I try to stop and talk to them as much as I can, but you feel hopeless, right? You really do. Yes, I will let the member from City Centre intervene.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to what my colleague was just saying about the challenges we know folks are facing who are living houseless in the city right now. Certainly this is a concern I've been hearing from many in my constituency as well. Certainly I know it has a significant impact on a lot of people here. We have seen some deaths already in the cold here in Edmonton over the last little while. And I was just reflecting that, a lot of these individuals, when they are seeking help, will go to the emergency room at the Royal Alex Hospital. And, they will go there sometimes simply seeking warmth, but they will also go there in seeking care because, of course, in many cases, these individuals do experience frostbite and other things, and these individuals will not have an Alberta healthcare insurance card. But one of the things that this government pushed through, this tearing up the agreement with physicians for, was to remove the ability for doctors at the Royal Alex emergency room to be able to bill for services if they treated one of those individuals with frostbite because they did not have their card. I was wondering what the member thought of that.
Yeah, and again, thank you for mentioning that. I mean, it was on my list as well, just to talk about what's happening at the RAH Royal Alexandra Hospital, and of course, it's in my colleague's riding, but very close to mine, and so we see a heck of a lot of our constituents going there, and I can tell you that that hospital, it's not new that it deals with a lot of marginalized folks, unhoused folks. I always tell the story that this sounds like a terrible story, but I promise it wasn't that bad. But many years ago, 2013, I believe, I was biking, and in fairness, before I was a master cyclist, so it was mostly my fault because I was on the sidewalk. But I was hit by a car, a BMW, silver BMW. Never did find that silver BMW. So if you ever see a silver BMW with some damage on the side, let me know. I was hit by a car, and I was okay, but I didn't. In the immediate aftermath, I was in pain, and so an ambulance came. Somebody called an ambulance, and I went to the Royal Alex, and I still remember being hit by a car, but like really not knowing if I broke my arm or what, and having to wait quite a while, like having been low priority. And I thought, oh my goodness, if I was hit by a car and I'm that low priority. So I know this is not, my point in saying that is I know that the strain on that hospital is not new. However, this is a hospital, and these are healthcare workers there, and both that member from City Centre and I know a number of the healthcare workers there, and they're doing amazing work. I'd give them a shout out if they're watching, but I know they're not watching because they are incredibly busy. But they have been, again, impacted by a whole number of issues. There are a lot of the ones that are dealing with the Shigella outbreak. They're also dealing with the drug poisoning crisis, right? A drug poisoning crisis that we've seen just skyrocket in the last few years, exacerbated by the pandemic, and a drug poisoning crisis where, sadly, we've not seen a lot of action, any action, in fact, from this government to address the immediate pressing issues on the front lines in our in our area in particular. Okay, oh my goodness, I realize I haven't even got to some of the big things that I want to speak about here. So I really want to, and I'll bring it back to Bill 4 just in case the speaker is concerned about me going off track. I don't think he would be, because he knows I always like to tie up the loose ends there. But you know, I mentioned it earlier. This was an opportunity for this government to really take some profound action when it comes to many of the compounding crises we're seeing in healthcare. Essentially what this bill does is it reverses that absolutely horrific decision that we saw from the UCP regarding tearing up the contract for doctors. And I've heard my colleagues talk about this as well, that, you know, because of particularly the previous health minister, his actions, so many Albertans do not have a family doctor. Family doctors have left this province. Family doctors have retired. Some have retired early. And a big part of it is just the way that minister engaged with them. And, you know, it's been this ongoing combative approach instead of one that could be collaborative, right? And that's what those healthcare workers who, in the midst of a pandemic, deserve, and they didn't get it. And so, of course, you know, we're as we've said on the record here, we're happy to see that they're reversing that decision, but we didn't need to be here. We didn't need to be here when it comes to so many decisions that this that this UCP government has implemented, particularly when it comes to healthcare. I can't not stand in this chamber and talk about health and not talk about the absolute crisis that is children's health care. You know, I've shared this on social media too. It's hard to believe that we've come to a place where it's almost like acceptable that children are being denied care. And the members opposite might say, well, they're not being denied care. Well, this is exactly what we see when we see the closing of RFH in Calgary, the moving of respite services. And I can tell you, that was Friday night when that news broke, and admittedly, I still don't have a whole lot of a social life, so I was following that closely, and I was following that story closely as it was breaking on, I believe it was CBC that broke it first, and so immediately I just posted about it and said, this is heartbreaking that children receiving respite services would be moved at a time when their families and them, of course, the patients themselves, are needing those supports so critically. I'll let the member from Millwoods intervene.
Thank you very much, and to my colleague from Highlands Norwood, who has been responding on Bill 4 and talking now about what we're seeing in children's hospitals and with our emergency rooms being overwhelmed, and tying that into what she was talking about just before that point, the doctors leaving the province and the shortages that we're seeing in the healthcare. I just wanted to intervene to add my own reflection that it's really, really hard to see the news that's coming in and what's happening. And I know that the member from Highlands Norwood supported our efforts to have emergency debates about these issues, not once but twice in the last several days of sitting, that we were not able to have, specifically because of the urgency of what is currently happening when it comes to children's health care and particularly emergency care, in light of what's happening across the province when it comes to the flu, COVID, RSV that's happening. I think it ties in really nicely to this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. The member from Millwoods is absolutely right, and I think, you know, that was a hard thing to see yesterday. So I'll take you back. I just had to double check to make sure it was Tuesday today. That was just yesterday. That, of course, you know, was the first opportunity we had since the news broke on Friday about Rotary Flames House, and so it was the first opportunity we had yesterday to really highlight that as another issue on top of the many factors that make up the crisis in children's health. So, Naturally, on just yesterday, on Monday, the member from City Centre did ask for an emergency debate on children's health care. And he was denied, which sends a pretty clear message. Then, not long after that, moments later, in fact, our member from Edmonton Strathcona, the leader, was denied an opportunity to debate her bill in this chamber. In fact, it was moved down the priority list by this UCP government that, claims to want to prioritize private members' business. No, only when that private member's business is their private members. And it's about health care, I feel like this health minister, he may not have had a say in that decision, but I feel like this health minister wants to be collaborative and wants to hear our ideas, like the ideas we've outlined in Bill 201, which didn't just materialize out of nowhere. Those ideas in Bill 201 came from a whole heck of a lot of consultation from our side of the House. So in a span of just a few minutes yesterday, this government told us exactly what they think about health care. And let me tell you, we will continue to remind Albertans about how this government refuses to prioritize health care and children's health care every moment.
Are there others? The opposition House Leader has the call. I think he was just rising. I don't think he's... The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise to address second reading of Bill 4, the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act, a bill that, when you look at the contents of the bill, it appears very straightforward. It is updating based on the change in title of one of our ministries, Justice and Solicitor General, throughout the bill where that needs to happen. And then the real crux of this piece of legislation is repealing of section 40.2. 40.2, which referred to essentially the Lieutenant Governor and Council may by order terminate the AMA agreement or agreements. And it's laid out with a bit more language. I'm not going to read that into the record, Mr. Speaker, but essentially the entirety of Bill 4 is removing from government an ability that they gave themselves in 2019 that has been incredibly controversial since the first time that it was introduced, following through to when it was used in February of 2020. And now here we are in December of 2022, removing this ability because it was deemed to be so problematic and caused so many issues that moving forward, when it comes to the relationship with doctors, the absolute best thing that they could do would be to remove that and make assurances that similar powers would not be granted again in the future. And this has to do a lot with this government and negotiating, bargaining with important frontline healthcare providers. And we've seen this government's tactics when it comes to bargaining. And in the case of these powers to tear up agreements legislatively by ordering council, by cabinet behind closed doors, and for cabinet behind closed doors to make those decisions, it really created a loss of trust when it came to the doctors and a toxic relationship. And it was certainly characterized as bargaining in bad faith for the government not only to grant itself these powers in an attempt to strong-arm and then to use these powers. As we debate Bill 4, I think the history of these mechanisms and why they're being repealed now are really salient and really important to the conversation that we're having. And I want to thank all of my colleagues who've spoken and reminded us, Albertans, other legislators here in the chamber who are listening to the debate about why this happened and the history and the negative impact, because I think in the context of the official opposition supporting Bill 4 and supporting the removal of these powers, we need to acknowledge and put on the record the damage that was done by the creation of these powers through Bill 21, and then the use of these powers in February of 2020. Because it's been a multi-year campaign against doctors that's had incredibly negative results here in our province. I believe my colleague from Edmonton City Centre noted that the minister used the language no longer required and suggested it was never required, and I would have to agree. It would have been better for Alberta had we never gone down this path when it comes to what became quite a toxic relationship with doctors. Thank you very much, my colleague.
Yeah, you know, I just started listening to remarks, but I wanted to get this one out there. I know you, like me, have knocked on a lot of doors. I've seen you door knocking a lot in beautiful Edmonton Millwoods. It is beautiful. It's a long drive for me, but it is beautiful. You know, I'm curious if when you're door knocking, is it similar to what I've heard? Is that, you know, obviously healthcare is a priority. You mentioned, you know, the content here in Bill 4 about the reversal of the ridiculous decision to tear up doctors' contracts. Is that something you've heard about at the doors, or are you hearing a lot more about, you know, the crisis in healthcare, including the crisis in pediatric healthcare, you know, the crisis that we've talked about with, you know, the impact on healthcare workers, which I didn't even get to in my remarks, particularly the morale issues, the burnout, the stress. Hopefully I'll get another chance to talk about that, because I have a lot of stories that I sure would like to get on the record. And I imagine in Millwoods, you talk to a lot of healthcare workers as well. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that from you, the member for Millwoods.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Highlands Norwood, because yes, when out knocking on the doors, I have heard from healthcare professionals as well as doctors. Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly have heard on the doors. So, when door knocking, ever since Bill 21 was first introduced in 2019, every now and then I would run across healthcare workers or doctors who were really attuned to this and aware of it. So, I've had some good conversations about that. But generally speaking, in Millwoods, the Millwoods is a community designed in the 70s. And in the heart of Millwoods is the Grey Nuns Community Hospital. In fact, I see it every day as I drive in and out of my own home in Millwoods. And we have so many healthcare workers and others who support the hospital who live in the surrounding communities. And absolutely, healthcare is an urgent priority for the constituents of Millwoods, and something I hear about often, particularly because in Edmonton, the Grey Nuns Community Hospital, which is 40 plus years old, is the newest hospital in the city of Edmonton. And I think that's always something really important to remember as well, because healthcare needs have grown and changed. And population size has grown quite a bit since Millwoods was first designed and built beginning in the 70s, and the Grey Nuns Hospital was originally created. So yes, I would say there was incredibly high awareness of what was happening through Bill 21 and the dispute with doctors, the highly publicized incident of the previous Minister of Health engaging with a doctor on his driveway really hit a lot of people's radars, and that story was spread far and wide. Because it was emblematic of the toxic relationship and the back and forth that was happening, the threatening of funding and support when it comes to doctors' ability to bill. And I know I saw characterized in many ways and places that the AMA was of the strong opinion that they had approached the table for negotiating these agreements, wanting to be productive. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. You know, having a very long time ago had the opportunity to live in the Millwoods area, and actually a couple of blocks from the Grey Nuns, I know, of course, a lot of support workers do live in the area because they work there. And so, again, you know, I'm always a person of kudos where it's due, the health minister trying to repair that relationship with doctors. But I'm wondering if you've had the opportunity to speak to some of the support workers, the folks that clean the hospital, things like that, because we know that relationship did not go well. It's affected people in their jobs. And during your time door knocking in Edmonton Mill Woods, have you heard anything about the current health minister's work trying to repair that relationship with support workers? And is there any success, or has it gotten worse? Nothing has happened. I wonder if you might be able to fill in some comments around that.
Thank you very much to my colleague, who I did not realize was a former resident of Mill Woods. So I'd be curious to know which neighborhoods you were in, my friend. Certainly, the hospital is itself like a small city. The variety of people and tasks required to keep a hospital running and to provide that care. Certainly, we know we often hear the phrase doctors and nurses, but when it comes to frontline healthcare, the team is so much broader and deeper than just those very front-facing roles. Everyone from cleaning staff, laundry services, the team that operate in the morgue, the teams that hand out the medications, the porters, on and on and on. And of course, during the pandemic, we saw a wildcat strike, not at the Millwoods General Hospital, but community hospital, but and other locations here in the city. And so that toxic, controversial relationship has really had a negative impact in so many different ways. It's been frustrating to watch, and as I think about, because I realize we're getting close to 6 p.m., Mr. Speaker, and so our time to talk about Bill 4 is going to move fairly quickly on us. I want to make a few of my priority points, and one of them is to, around the conversation about Bill 21, the tearing up of doctors, the very aggressive bargaining that was taking place over the last several years, which we are now backing away from, which I appreciate, has led to doctors leaving Alberta. Now, it's certainly a matter of debate in this place as to whether there is an issue here or not, but CPSA put out updated stats for 2021 that, in my mind, show very clearly that there is an issue. And it's not because doctors just started leaving Alberta this year, Mr. Speaker. Doctors have always had an influx and an outflux. But what we've seen is a trend that in 2018, there were 52 doctors who left. Oh, please, be happy to.
To the honourable member from Edmonton Mill Woods for allowing me to stand and speak. And I want to speak to this one issue just for clarity. So in terms of doctors, so my comments that I made earlier, and there's a recognition that we do have not enough doctors, right? We have more doctors than we've ever had before. The number of doctors are increasing, but we don't have enough doctors, and we don't have enough doctors in the right places, so we fully appreciate that, and quite frankly, we're working on this. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that, I was very pleased to reach an agreement with the AMA, which will assist us in addressing that issue, providing stability, partnership, innovation, ability to attract and retain, Mr. Speaker. And I like to point out, although the honourable member across the way was talking about the history, that's also part of the history. Reaching an agreement that was accepted by over 70% of doctors. And again, I'd like to thank you for your support and moving forward. That this was part of the agreement in terms of doing it, and we're looking forward again to passing this and continue to focus on getting more doctors here in Alberta.
Thank you very much, Minister. And yes, I think it is incredibly important that an agreement has now been reached. And removing the ability to tear up that agreement through Bill 4 is a very positive step. And I think that's quite good. Your comments around we need more doctors, I think, are really true. But I also really just want to emphasize that many, many experts and many in the medical field feel that this government's aggressive tactics through Bill 21 and entering into what many characterize as a war on doctors, and which I have seen escalate from when it began in 2019 and continue through a pandemic, which frankly is ridiculous, has now led to the highest number of physicians leaving Alberta that we've seen in the last 5 years, almost 3 times as many as we saw in 2018 and 2019. And when it comes to growth in the Alberta physician workforce, the minister rightly points out that the number of physicians has increased, but this year it increased only by 45. Last year it increased by 161, the year before that by 262. The number of physicians we're growing by is shrinking, and the trend line is such that it's going to be in the negatives next year if these trends continue. That's particularly concerning, given where we find ourselves in the need to find doctors. So the word the minister used, stability, agreed, incredibly important. I think that's something that we should value and continue to try to protect. Counter to that, the behavior we saw from the UCP government in 2019, 2020, carrying into 2021, when they were characterizing doctors as greedy and self-serving, when they were running public campaigns to vilify doctors in this battle that was happening between the government, when they were working to force agreements and force proposals, including the 10 proposals that the previous Minister of Health deemed essential, which essentially none of which are in practice now. I think that's a record that we need to be aware of and to move away from, because it's contributed to putting us in the position that we're in now. And it's really has been a bit of a mess. So kudos to the current minister, and I'm glad that an agreement has been reached and that we've backed away from that extremely toxic, adversarial, negotiating style, the bargaining in bad faith that we previously saw. But the issue we have today continues to exist in that we need more doctors, we need to recruit doctors, and trust has been broken. And certainly we need to be helping people to find doctors and trying to recover from the care deficit that has been put in place. Now, in preparing for my remarks for Bill 4, I was briefing myself up on the current state of how someone goes about to find doctors, and I was reminded 7.5 years ago, before I was elected, Mr. Speaker, I worked as a software consultant, IT project manager, and one of the projects that I helped with was the Alberta findadoctor.ca website, which still seems to be running and looks similar. I'm sure it's completely different in the back end and in many features from when I worked on it 7 years ago. IT moves at a pretty quick pace. But being able to, as I prepared for my remarks, see that previous work brought forward really reminded me of how important it is that people be able to access that public health care and to have that doctor. Now, as we debate Bill 4, one of the things I mentioned briefly when my colleague from the Edmonton Highlands Norwood spoke was, when we're talking about health care in this House, the current crisis that we see in children's health care, the current crisis that we see in emergency rooms being overwhelmed, we need to find some time to make sure we're having those conversations as well. And so there have been some attempts to have emergency debates around that. The other piece that I think is interesting to consider when we're talking about healthcare changes in second reading was the private members bill measuring service standards, Bill 201. Because when we're talking about our healthcare system and how it's performing, whether we're seeing what we expect out of that system, it's incredibly important that we have at our fingertips good data about what is happening. And I think that the private members bill that was introduced but not debated is really important. When considering Bill 4, as well as what we're seeing here today, I just want... No. Yeah, we've had 3. Thank you. Okay, sorry. No, that's okay. Thank you very much. One of the challenges when I reflect on the debate that happened for Bill 21 back in 2019, if I recall correctly, one of the government's arguments was that they were clarifying and codifying in legislation a power they believed they already had. We've seen the government make this kind of argument on multiple pieces of legislation, including Bill 10, where they were giving themselves new powers under the Public Health Act. We see that happening again in some ways when we talk about Bill 1 of this session, the Sovereignty Act. Throughout so many of these issues,
Honourable members, Bill 4 is before the Assembly. Are there others? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Minister to close debate. Order. I will say this is a very late arrival to the feet by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor, but I'll give it to him on this occasion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I know we're coming in under the wire here. As I had mentioned a little bit earlier during an intervention, always willing to give kudos where it's due. And I thank the Minister of Health for bringing Bill 4 forward to fix a very serious problem that, in my opinion, was the result of, let's be frank, Mr. Speaker, it was kind of a childish tirade. Going into negotiations, not really getting the way they wanted, and, well, let's just rip it up. That's not how negotiations work, and I'm glad that the current Minister of Health is trying to do a little better and showing a better way to negotiate, and obviously by getting the doctors to agree, there was obviously something there that allowed them to feel like they were getting a good deal out of it. But, as I was listening to the course of the debate, jotting down many notes, hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about those later in Committee of the Whole.
Interrupt, but seeing the time for this item has expired, it's now 6 o'clock, and the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.